Well, well, well. Hello, Internet. And welcome back for some more game dev. How's everyone doing today? Let's do the mandatory audio check thing. Can you guys hear me? Hear me well enough? You know, make sure that I don't have any stupid audio settings. If you would be so kind and let me know in the chat if you can hear me well enough. And all throughout this thing. If that changes, let me know. Like I normally do. I'm probably gonna be yapping throughout the whole thing. More or less. See if I can position my microphone somewhat well here. So, today we're gonna basically just work on the game. I have a lot of stuff to do here in this level that you can see. And pretty much just gonna work on this thing. And you are welcome to hang along, tag along, if you will. So hopefully that'll be good. Let me just actually check one thing quickly here, the audio side. One moment. All right. Yes. So, as I said, let me know if the audio levels are somehow messed up. Now or later. Hey Dimitar, welcome back. Yes, thanks for reporting the audio there. So, what do we have? Well, we have this new level that I've been working on. Which, contrary to the previous level, where I was sort of pretty sort of transparent. Hey Marcus, good morning to you. Contrary to the previous level, where I was kind of transparent, this level you're actually going to get to play the mission only in the full version of the game. Now, due to how my level editor is. Or level engine, shall we say, is set up. You'll probably be able to access this guy in some upcoming alpha versions or pre-alpha versions. But the mission is actually one where you will only get to play it in the actual game. Because, like, obviously, if I were to just let you play all the missions in order all throughout the development, there will be very little sort of excitement about the single player campaign when the actual game is out. So I'm not gonna give away the whole thing during the development, but you might be able to play this thing just sort of as a level in kind of like a sandbox mode. We'll see. I haven't exactly figured that out. Currently you can't do that, you can just load into this level, you know, directly from the main menu, essentially. Anyway. So, as you can see, we're still sort of in white box territory here. Lots of things to do still, but I'm kind of transitioning from like, okay, these are the broad strokes, to actually like starting to decorate some of these places, because I feel like it's kind of tricky to get the sense of scale and size of things if we're not decorating them at all. So I think in the previous stream we actually worked on this background mesh thing here. Sort of covering this ground and give it a little bit of sort of sense of place. Oh, here's something strange. Yeah, you can clearly see like two meshes not quite matching each other here. Should probably fix that. Anyway, we now have this sculpted but still sort of kind of low poly mesh, which sort of like fades out into the fog there to give you the sense of like place. The background is not done yet, not complete, but I think it looks pretty cool already. And particularly here, if we drive through the tunnel again, like this area of the level, I've started to put in some rocks, some trees, and just some like buildings and structures and things here to sort of like start to get a feeling for what this place will actually feel like. I think the layout of this place is pretty good for the intended mission that I will have in this level, but it still doesn't necessarily sort of like tell you what the actual place will look like or feel like. For that you need to put in trees and rocks and buildings and stuff like that. So that's kind of what we're doing today. Establishing the place a little bit, if you will. And so I have a whole list of things to actually sort of do here. We'll see in which order we'll do what. But that's kind of the plan. And we'll probably also... we might do a little bit of programming today, because I have some things that actually would kind of need a little bit of gameplay programming. We're actually going to be doing Zig for the first time in a while. I've been doing so much just text stuff in C++ lately. But yeah, then we have this thing here, which is super rough still. So as you can see here, I guess it's kind of a spoiler, but it's kind of obvious. We have a situation here where the monorail has sort of just like broken down, and this obviously looks really bad. There's no like end to these pieces or anything like that, and this is not really how, you know, like a concrete track like this would actually break. This looks almost like it's like made out of rubber or something like that, and that's just because of me using geometry nodes in Blender and just like having it follow a spline. And then we have a separate piece here, which again has no end piece. That might be something to look at. The level then actually ends here, so this side is quite okay. But yeah, we'll be doing probably at least giving a little bit of the same treatment to this area here. Trees, rocks, some more details. Actually sort of like let the player know sort of visually how big this place is. Like, you don't really know if this cliff here is something that like a person can just like, you know, walk up over, climb over this thing, or if the person is actually sort of like this high. Hence why I have those trees here. In the editor you actually have these scale mannequins to sort of give it a sense of scale. You can see here that, oh, it's actually kind of large. Maybe someone could climb up that, but it's not something that you climb up like taking 2 or 3 strides. That sort of thing. But it's kind of difficult to see that if you don't actually put in things like trees that people tend to like kind of intuitively know. Okay, there they are this size. And so on. So that's sort of the plan here. And then we'll see where it takes us. I might take a lunch break, or I might end this when it's time to have lunch. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I will need to work on this today though, so I might just do it might as well do it on stream, right? So, where should we begin? where should we begin? I think I actually, the last thing I did before I started the stream was to put this radio mast thing here. It's actually fully textured and everything. It's one of these things that I've used in other levels as well. And typically, I like to add these kinds of supports. You can see that actually these cables don't really show up here in the editor currently. It might be something that we would want to actually sort of handle and tweak the code a little bit to allow us to see that sort of stuff in the editor. Let's go to Window, set size 720, I think is the Windows. Window. There we go. Drag this off to the side here. So if we fly over to this place, you can see we have these cables here. They're rendered nicely using like a special cable rendering thing. Let's turn the music down a little bit. It's a little loud maybe. Yeah, we have quite a few cables here for these derricks. You can't actually see them in the level editor. You only have these waypoints here, where actually sort of specify where those cables will be ending. I might want to change it so that the wire renderer works in the editor as well. I had a look at it earlier today. Just basically like one Zig component, wire renderer component here. But it's set to only create these guys if we are not in the editor here. Don't exactly remember what the thing was with that. So you can see we can have it as like a curved path, so it can be curved. Useful if you're doing like power lines or something that you want to have sort of like follow a slight arc of some kind. And then we just have point to point. I think those are all point to point ones. Like here, wire 3, for example, just uses like those 2 points here, and then makes a wire between them. We can use the same system for this guy here. So let's do that. Start with that. And I think I want to have three wires coming off this guy, kind of sort of intersecting these 3 things. And so if we look at it from above, we have like one here, and it could basically like hit the cliff over there. We have one which can go there, and then one which can go here. And I kind of try to put these things into places where it's sort of like not that how should I say this? Where the player is not necessarily going to go. And that's why it's kind of up on this cliff here. In addition to like being a pretty logical place for one of these masts. Let's see. Thanks for the tutorial on the workflow synchronization plugin in Blender. I'll try to program it for Godot. P.S. I'm not a programmer. You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope it was useful, because it's been super useful for me. And in fact, we're gonna just now edit this guy. And we're gonna look at this mast here. And we can see that it's sort of like, it's a little annoying because this thing is kind of uneven here. So probably want to actually make a slight change. I mean, we could add like a base to this mast here, right? Almost as if they had added like a concrete, you know, slab for it to stand on. But what if we, and that might still actually be the thing that I do. Let's try something else here. Something like this, right? And then we just lower that. This might just completely bork the shape of this cliff. It's always a possibility. And as a pro tip, actually, not a pro tip, but a tip, if you watch that Blender Sync stuff that I made a video about some time ago, someone on YouTube actually asked me for the code for that, and I published a significant part, almost all of the code for the Blender side in a GitHub gist. So go through the comments if you want to actually try that out. Right, so that's now more planar, more flat. Let's actually make them planar still. You know, so if you want to just basically have a significant part of the Blender stuff taken care of, look through the comments for that video, and you should see a gist link there. We can get essentially all of the code for the Blender side of Blender Sync. That's my gift to you. And of course, you still need to do the game engine side yourselves. I can't really give that to you, even if I wanted to, because it will be different for each and every game engine. But at least you can get like a starting point for the Blender add-on. Right. I think that will work. That will probably work. Yeah, I'm doing cliffs like completely differently here in this level compared to the previous one. I'm liking this more. I think this looks much more natural, which kind of has me thinking that I will have to redo the cliffs in the previous level, which is a little depressing, but can't be helped. I think that's something that will come later then. Right. Winebill says 07. I don't know. Is that like internet slang for hello or something? I'm too old to understand all these new things, these newfangled internet slangs. But if it is, then welcome. Hello and welcome. Glad to have you. Okay, so let's put in these mast wires now. Let's make that the active parent. I'm gonna do 3 wires. Let's make one, wire 1, put in a wire renderer, and 2 waypoints. Actually, let's make the waypoint like 1 waypoint up there, another one down there. So point to point, and then we can just copy that path and copy that path. Wire 2 is what it will be. In material ref, I think we had something called mast wire. I wonder what the actually. Let's go to the other level quickly and have a look. What did I use for that slide? So it's refinery. It's still called actually refinery blockout, which is a little stupid. Let's see. This is a good start. I have a friend who's good with CVP. We're developing a game together, so I can propose it to him. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yes. And of course, in the video, I also kind of explain verbally what you need to be able to support a system like that. I wholeheartedly recommend it. It's just so awesomely good at allowing you to model like this. Right, this is super choppy until we get the light probes rendering, so let's let it do that first. And we can see what we have. choppy, 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 and then now it's smooth. Okay, so this guy, oh, it actually, yeah, it has a particle system as well. So let's put in that as well. I'm just gonna like copy these into like a new. So that's the flare particle that we're using. It's good. Okay, okay. And what is the? That's the material ref that we're using. So mast wire medium. Okay. That's nice. Right, and here I actually have. Here I actually have a quick mesh thing, which is it's pretty large when it comes to the bounding box. It's actually just these three sort of fixtures right here. I think we'll do just something like directly in the level editor for this new mast that we're going for. Okay, let's cancel that, and I'm gonna fly up here and see. Yeah, so these like the points where it actually kind of intersects these guys right on these triangles here. So let's do the same, and then the particle system just like sits there at the top. That's cool. Yeah, here you can see like the cliffs are just made out of these like quads here. This is a somewhat faster way to do cliffs, but these don't really look natural. And I mean, I knew that at the time, but I thought it was gonna you know look good enough. I'm not sure. This is a slightly strange look for these glyphs, so I might just want to redo this with the new style, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so now then, start by adding that particle system, because otherwise I'm gonna forget about it for sure. Let's make that the parent. Just add the particle system right there in the very top. If we want to be super exact about this, we'll copy the transform, then just move it upwards like that. A little bit more, something like that, and then we'll take this guy. And that's a waypoint. Why am I placing a waypoint there? Let's copy that transform. Add a particle system. There we go. That looks better. And now we copy that again. Particle system path, paste, and we should be able to play this thing. There we go. I think it is set to autoplay. So that's cool. Okay. So then, waypoint 1, waypoint 2. Waypoint 2 is right there. So now if we take mast wire medium, set that as the material, and maybe we should do like instead of just like moving the free camera here all the time, what if we actually let's add a layer, call this free cam, and we actually set it to auto load, and then we add here a free cam setup, and we set this guy to probably at object creation, I think. And we need to align that free. So if we want the free camera to be like this when we start the game, we take basically we select the free camera setup and we do align, select the object with camera. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't have visuals, but you can still transform it, so it has this transform thingy here. Now if we just run the game, we should see that free camera sort of jump there, like so. Okay, so we have a wire renderer, depot, radio mast wire. Could not find point object, depot, radio mast wire, waypoint 1. Well, first of all, they're set to use the same thing. That's not good. What's that called? Depot, radio mast 1, wire 1. Ah, of course. They need to be created in the correct order, yeah. Still can't find it. Still can't find it for some reason. So copy that. Put it here. You take this one. And basically remove all of that. You can see that, yep, they are the same. So why does it not actually find that then? It says wire 2 though. Oh, that's why. That's why. And there we have. There's our wire mast. Just, you know, being attached directly to the cliff there. So that's a bit stupid. Minebill says, it's a salute. The O is the head and 7 is the hand. I see. I see. Well, salutations to you too. Yeah, shows my age here. How much I'm familiar with all the hip things. Alright, so let's do another one. Another one can go maybe around there. Just like move it up to the surface roughly. And then I think we'll quickly model some fixtures to those guys using just like primitive objects here in the editor. That'll be good. That'll be good. So for this one, we might actually have to put in some collisions, right? Otherwise, someone will drive into it and be like, ah, it's not colliding. Why is it not colliding? I'm just doing this by eye, sort of trying to figure out roughly where that thing will and should hit the cliff there, right? Up. Whoop. Whoop. What? Let's press enter there to actually commit that change. Yeah. Does that look good? I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure it does, but maybe it does. I think we'll leave it as it is for now, and later figure out if you actually want it there. But I'll put in some of these basic fixtures here, otherwise it looks bad. So for wire 1, let's put in... that's not wire 1. That is wire 1. Oh, not a quick mesh, but a primitive geometry. So let's take that primitive geometry, reset the transform, and maybe make that like at least significantly flatter. Not that flat, probably like that flat maybe. Hey Matt, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, how should we do this? Maybe I'll just actually... let's put in a cylinder. And make the radius like 0.3. Yeah. Something like that. And we'll probably have to move it a little bit closer to the thing. Otherwise it's not gonna actually come off the top of that thing. So, again we take that, we move it over, and we reset the thing, and one more. Then we'll see how well I hit the things. And that could be moved a bit closer. I think that's probably quite okay. Well, all of them can be moved a little bit closer, right? So just move that a bit closer there. That one as well. And I think especially this one. Make something fancier later on if I determine that these things were a good idea. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so there's our mast. Excellent. And even like here, it's sort of difficult to get the scale for how big these cliffs are. I'm wondering if I should kind of up the fog density a little bit here. But these things are actually pretty big. They're pretty big. There's the warehouse thingy down there, which we will actually probably tweak a little bit in just a second. Up here I probably need to add some trees. Yeah. So, do we have any of these scale mannequins here? We don't. I should actually probably put some scale mannequins in here. So let's do that. Let's go for scale. So here's a guy. Let's make him not actually... yeah, sure, we can add him there and then reset the orientation. So he's not slanted. There's a person. Here's also a person. And now we get a sense for like, oh, okay, these things are actually really quite huge. The guy is just like a few pixels tall at this distance. And if you put in some trees, they're kind of small as well, right? I don't actually know if I am going to be using these same spruces in this area, but I kind of started using them, and I think they fit. This thing is not going to be as green as the previous area, so it might be that when I start to actually paint the ground here, replace this checkerboard texture with another one, then I realize that, oh, actually spruces are not the correct trees for this place, but we'll see. Until that happens, I'm going with the spruces. And of course I just happen to have these spruces here. That's also a good reason to use them. This needs to be a little tighter. That collection is sort of a little too kind of spread out for my taste. Let's add a bit of color variation here as well. Something like this, right? Yeah, I think here's definitely going to be some trees. There's definitely going to be some trees here. I think we want a little bit more elevation here. Let's bump up this. I think particularly here. Like the last thing I want this to look like is, you know, have it feel like it's some sort of lawn or a very sort of flat area. It should feel like a very rugged area, which these people have then flattened out certain parts of. And yeah, the lighting here in this shadow is just super flat until we get light mapped environments in, but that will take some time still. Feels like there isn't too much human scale stuff around here, so it's a little hard to judge the scale. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, I'm only just started adding the human scale stuff that you spoke about. I just quickly modeled this thing yesterday, and you know, that shed, which has been used elsewhere, so it's actually properly textured and everything. I'm kind of thinking like this is their basic shed module that you just like I don't know, like quickly whip up or I don't know, 3D print or something all over the place, right? So that thing is going to be seen in a few places. I actually think I'm going to put a shed here next to this one as well. And we just added that mast. But there isn't a whole lot of human scale things, and these derricks are just like absolutely huge. If you have you have a person here, you can see just like the enormous scale of this thing. It's just super big. I guess some boxes or something more understandable in size would help, as trees can vary. Yeah, that too. Of course, like the dynamic things will come slightly later. At least that's how I typically do it. But absolutely. I mean, this is a warehouse, kind of similar to the warehouse we have in the demo level. But there will definitely be. In fact, there's like a whole lore reason for having boxes and things here, which relates specifically to this weird-looking structure here, which is super rough and looks kind of weird currently. But yes, absolutely, there is going to be boxes and things and cargo in general. But you're quite right. That is, I think, perhaps the main reason why scale is a little hard to distinguish currently. So you're absolutely right about that. Right, so I wanna have a little bit of a sort of a ridge here, and on top of the ridge, these trees are growing a little bit more, and then with a little bit of ground paint, we can make it even more sort of pronounced, right? Trying to put just the right amount of detail and care into these shapes right now. Not too little, not too much. Something like that, right? But then we can put like a shed. We can maybe put a shed here, or we can put a shed here. Here's a potential way that people are gonna be, you know, driving up this thing. I don't actually know. Can you actually fit through here? Did you guys see the jetpack car, by the way? So I've done a little bit of work on the modding already. It's not really shippable or usable yet. But it's not super far from it either. So I made a mod as an example mod. If we go here to mods, we have a mod manager now. You can see that we have a mod folder. This is kind of just determined from the sort of app data thing. It says trampoline because that's a launcher for the game. It will say it was a traction point eventually. Actually, it already does say traction point in the published builds. Anyway, you can have a mods folder. In the mods folder, you can place mods. We have something called Flying Scout, which we can click here. This mod adds a Flying Scout game object type called Vehicles Flying Scout. You can see it's using sandboxed code, so it's WASM, and it is currently loaded. That's cool, isn't it? Hey, Xluxy, welcome back. And so, when you have the mod loaded, you can make a Flying Scout, which is just exactly a normal Scout, except it has jet engines. And it works exactly like a normal Scout. In fact, those engines don't even have collisions. So, if you can sort of... How should I demonstrate it? At least I think they don't have collisions. Yeah, you can just poke them through walls and everything. It has exactly the same physics as a normal Scout, except it flies. Hey, you can only use the jet engines to sort of like direct thrust downwards, which makes it kind of tricky to fly. Because there's no way of actually steering it in mid-air. You can just like get a little bit of speed while you're on the ground, and then you can use the jet engines to fly over the place. But I thought this was kind of fun. And my plan is to when I actually release a version of the game with modding support, I will release the source code for this mod here. So it completely breaks the missions, of course, because many of them are like, hey, how do you get from this place to another place? And that's why it's in a mod and not in the actual game. Boom. But it's pretty fun. Anyway, I had a point with all of this. And my point was that we should see if we can actually fit the scout. And we can just use this guy because, as I said, those things don't have collisions, so this thing fits exactly into the same places that the normal one does. But this is generally easier to use to get out of places because you can just fly around with it. So it's a little bit of a development hack as well, right? And the code for this is something like 200, 300 lines of Zig code. It's super simple, actually. So this guy, yeah, you can see we can actually fit up here. That's actually good. I like these kinds of things. This thing doesn't have collisions yet. I just drive through it. But even with collisions, you can clearly fit a scout through these narrow places here. At least with the cliffs set up like this. So question remains: do we want to actually sort of block off that path by using a shed? Not necessarily. I can drive on the roof here. Yes. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's put the shed there, I think. So we can collapse all those. Is that good looking? Is that good looking? If you tilt them back, you can use it as a speed boost. Absolutely. I actually had that. Previously. I specifically don't want that to be. That's up to you guys. Let's see if we means data mods. Here we go. Flying Scout. This is the thing. So we have a build folder. This is where we actually output that's everything that you need to use this in a game. So it has a WASM file. That's the code. It has a resource pack. That's essentially like that is the jetpack mesh and textures, and then we have a mod JSON, which just looks like this. It's just a simple mod description thingy. And if we go to, well, data is exactly what we talked about. We have an FBX file, which is that's the jetpack, and we have a diffuse for that jetpack, kind of basic still. Can add some like things to it if we want to. Then we have the thrusters, the actual sort of the flames that come out of them. We have a few of those. It just switches between them and then has like a material on top of it. What are these? Oh, I think I had some. I was testing out some like Merlin thruster effects. Oh, we don't actually have all the data there anymore. Yeah, whatever. Well, yeah, the code is actually kind of simple. You just have a Visual Studio Code workspace, and it has all the libraries that you can use. So base is the actual engine. Trampoline is the launcher. You don't really typically use a lot of stuff for that. Goofy UI, Timbre is sound, Nemo's missions, Merlin is particle effects, Vehicle helper library, game helper library, and then a fuzzy logic library. All the code here is here. So Scout jetpack component. This is like 207 lines and lots of comments even. This is the thing that makes the car fly. And here we can quite simply, we have like main engine thrust. So that's like adding forces. And thrust direction is Y, so it goes up and down. So you know, basically we just apply it straight down currently. Or, you know, the force is straight up, right? But if we change this to you know, Z, like that. Let's see. Then we have some balancing thrusts, which try to keep the thing, you know, more or less level. But we can just like basically we can just take these away. We want to just only have the Z thrust direction. Then we just come here. We go to. Oh, we were actually there already. Zig build. And we build the WASM file. There we go. That's built. Actually, I think I can build it directly into. Yeah, you can just set the output directory here to the Flying Scout mod folder. And now, if we do something a little crazy, we go to the other level. Let's see, what do we have? Refinery blockout. That looks good. So now it will actually not fly. It will just go forward very, very quickly, right? Let's see. Oh, hey, this is almost completely impossible. I don't know why it actually tilts. Oh, I know why it tilts it upwards like that. Because it's applying them up here. We would need to apply it on the center of mass. And that way we could make it go, you know, 1,000 kilometers. So let's switch that. Let's change that quickly. Left engine post world. Left thruster local position. Yeah. Let's make that like minus 1. Now this thing should just go flying off. Did I build that? I guess we'll see. Yeah, I did, because you can see the flames are now down there. So now you can just go ridiculously fast. And this thing is just like an absolute cannonball. But anyway, it just goes to show you that it's super simple now to make mods like this. Do all kinds of crazy things. I don't wonder how fast we can make this thing go. Not sure if there's even really an upper limit. Hey. So, you know, just to show you that yes, absolutely, you can make it a speed boost. I don't necessarily want to completely break, you know. I mean, yes, this is breaking the game, absolutely. But it's still like, it's a little challenging to actually use this this thing to get around. It doesn't turn the vehicle into like an airplane. It is literally just like a car with jet thrusters that allow it to levitate, essentially. I think that's much more fun. And then you guys can turn it into speed boost if you want to. It's more fun that way. Yeah. Can I get off this thing? I don't know. It's a little tricky probably. I can use the unstuckifier to get off it. Hey. But you can actually fly this, you know, like a helicopter. If you hit something that so that your nose is sort of pointing forwards, it will actually go forward, you know, like an actual helicopter would. Or you do something like this where you know. Let's see if we can. Need to find a slope that's the correct angle. Something like this, and then you. Oh, we turned. Because it's always applying the force in the local y direction, right? So if you're pointing the nose forward, then you'll actually go forward. Oh, hey! Thank you, Microsoft. I haven't gotten that thing in like a year or something. Well, yeah, you can fly off to different, to distant places in the level. The only problem is that you can't actually land because there's no. Oh, and there's a Z. Yeah, kill plane. It killed me. Anyway, enough messing around with the jetpack for a bit. You get to play around with that probably next time I do a release. I think I'm gonna package that in somehow with the game. I see how it starts to look like modular mod stuff, like a game named Besiege. Yeah, Besiege is awesome. I'm not gonna necessarily do that. You know, Besiege is all about combining things inside the game into new objects, right? I could do that, technically, but I don't think I'm gonna probably put that much effort into like a nice Besiege-like editor. That's a significant amount of work. But on a technical level, nothing prevents you from creating essentially any kind of object in a mod. Some of the tools are a little rough now when you're especially with the data side. When you're adding something and you want like a preview, many of the tools actually expect the data to be in the same sort of folder structure as the actual game resources. So if you're working with the Flying Scout, which has its own resource pack, which is, you know, contained completely outside of the game folder, and some of the tools get a little bit confused about that. And that's stuff that I will have to, you know, iron out over time if I want the modding experience to be really nice. But we'll see. Let's make a game first. Or shall we say, let's more than anything, let's make a game, and then as we're making the game, if people are interested in doing mods, then the modding system should be able to provide essentially everything you need with a little bit of work. And you can even do like total conversions and everything with this. Since it's using the same APIs as the actual game, there's literally like the sky's the limit. That jetpack thing was made in a day, basically. Most of the time, like the overwhelming majority of the time, went to just like modeling and texturing those jet engines. But yeah, Besiege is awesome. It's really fun. fun little thing. Really difficult though. In fact, I think I got stuck on a level in Besiege where you were supposed to build an airship and then use it to like blow things up. And it had a little bit of the same sort of complexity as flying this jetpack scout, because it's kind of tricky to rotate your airship in such a way that it lets you blow things up. Here's something strange with that face there. Let's see. Let's make it plainer. What do we have? Let's hide everything else. That kind of doesn't look plainer to me. Yeah, it's not. And that's not necessarily a big problem, but sometimes these things are bigger issues, especially, you know, in the exact place that they are sort of found in the level. So if you compare that thing to this, yeah, now it looks more sensible. Still a little weird, but more sensible. Okay. And we have this ramp here. I think this thing probably would benefit from a little bit of lowering the terrain here, like this. And I'm painting these kind of road areas now sort of haphazardly. Doesn't look necessarily very good. It's just to make it a little easier to see how I'm actually planning to have these roads go in the future. Obviously they will need a lot more detail later on. All right. Righty-o. Alright, so then this actual house here. Let's spawn a new vehicle here. The gripper truck. I haven't really shown off this thing a whole lot because it's not done. But you can already drive it around, and it functions as a normal vehicle. But you actually can't even put things into the back, or at least they don't generally stay where you sort of expect them to. So that back, the bed on the back doesn't have the collision set up correctly. But yeah, I think this gate or this opening here is a little too high, a little too tall. Actually, what we can do is put one of these guys here. Maybe something like that, and then we go to Blender. And let's see. Need to make it a bit lower. Actually, not those, just the top ones. do that instead. That might be better. Just a little lower, not a whole lot. Maybe just a smudge more. I'll try to keep this scale in mind here, not make things ridiculously large all the time. Like, since I'm making a car game, there's a vehicle game. It's not actually a game where you're running around as a character. I allow myself to make things a little more blown up than they would otherwise be. Just because, like, your car is essentially your character. From like a game perspective. Maybe we can scale it from both sides. Yeah, I think so. And then median point, scale it in. That's probably all right. Yeah, this is a little annoying because, like, this thing is rotated in world space like this. You can see, like, the world space orientation from these squares on the ground. And you can see that it's rotated. And that means that it's actually rotated here in Blender as well. You can copy that somewhere. And then, you know, temporarily fix that. I think actually Blender Sync allows me to not reset the orientation. Like, when you move it back into the level editor, it will actually reset it and make it sort of snap back to this orientation here, which we can try as well. But it is generally easier to model things if you have them oriented in world space. At least that's how I feel. Of course, I'm using global here. I could use local, which, you know, helps with a lot of those things, but it's typically like one more button press to make it snap to, like, the global or local coordinates, and it's generally faster to work in global space. Right, so we'll want to have this slight overhang here on the actual garage roof as well. So how would we go about doing that then? I don't know exactly, since we're not really working with quads anymore here. But we'll figure something out. We will figure something out, I'm sure. Snap it to that, and then we have these things here to nicely connect together. We can see that it's actually not quite even, but I think actually I want to move those guys up. Right. Then we can take that guy and just snap it up to that level. And yeah, my normal disclaimer when it comes to Blender things: don't listen to anything I say. I'm not a modeler. I'm not an artist. I'm just some guy who tries to make art, since that is the easiest way to get art into the game, just to do it myself. Slash, I don't have the money to pay an artist right now. Choose whichever one you want. Oh, not that. Something like that. Still looks a little boring, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. I was thinking I would have like a catwalk sort of thing up here. Would that be cool? Might be cool. Might also be annoying. If you drive into that, then you have to fit your camera there. There's a catwalk kind of blocking the way. That might be annoying. I don't know. Can also make a catwalk on just one side. Not sure. Not sure. But yeah, let's do something to just get sort of started. Again, we need like human size elements to this thing, right? We need human size elements, and to do that is just best to start putting in like doors and catwalks and things, I feel. So let's do. I'm wondering if I should switch out the material for like a single colored blockout material, but we'll see. So if I take this guy, this is sort of like my standard door size. So here's a person. If you've seen this game before, you've no doubt seen lots of these doors all over the place. So let's copy that and move it here and incorporate it somehow here in this wall. Actually, before we do that, we can just finish editing. Sure, I'm gonna put another person inside here, so we have a little bit more to work with. So for scale mannequin is right there. Okay. I can model something for you for free. You can give me a concept or an image from Google or a few words in my spare time. Oh, that's really awesome. Thank you very much. I'm sort of a little bit hesitant to use free labor, at least right now. I do appreciate it a lot. Believe me, but there might be a time and a place for doing something together with the community. Especially since we have the whole modding thing going, or we don't yet, but it is well on its way to becoming a thing. It would be awesome to have some community made stuff. I'm kind of hoping. I don't think this is a very controversial opinion. That I'm kind of hoping that the sandbox mode will get taken over by the community, and that there will be lots of just like silly and fun things, but also not that silly, perhaps just really cool things created by the community, and that it will be a net positive for the game, because of all of that. But yeah, I don't really buy into the whole thing that game developers should use free labor to make their games, to be honest. Even though I realize that some people just really want to work on a game. It's not necessarily that easy. I mean, some people can feel it is that easy. Just use free labor off the internet, but it comes with its own set of baggage on the sort of morality spectrum. What happened there? That's strange. What did you do, Blender? Why did you do that? That's weird. Don't do that. Actually, it did several strange things. What is that? What is that? What is that? And yeah, I have no doubt that many of you are better artists and modelers and overall content creators than me. Absolutely. I mean, I have a sort of an artistic vision for this game, obviously, which is mostly inside my head, and because of that, I think I'm probably, without having meetings and specifying exactly what it is I'm going for, it's just easier for me to model these things, and that's kind of what I said when I mentioned that it's just easier to do these things myself. But I have no sort of illusions that I would be a better artist, and the things that I'm creating here is something that only I can do. That's absolutely not the case. I'm sure with a little bit of syncing we would be well on the same page. When you need something done, contact me. I might do that, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I think I want to probably bevel that. The free thing I am look at it as a portfolio. People see my work. That's my payment. Sure, absolutely. Again, I think that whole thing will work quite well with the whole community-driven content and modding thing. This is a little annoying now to work. Let's hide the ceiling. So I think you will definitely be able to, if you want to, you will definitely be able to create content for this game. I'm almost certain of it, unless I get hit by a bus tomorrow and the game never releases or something. Then you will definitely be able to create content for it if you want to. But I do not want to put it as a feature on the Steam page that, hey, look, this guy made some cool things for my game, that's why you should pay me for it, you know? I want the stuff that I market this game with to be stuff that I've made, and I think I can quite easily I can market the game as, hey, look, I made a sandbox mode for the game. That's why people can make cool things with it. That's something I made. I didn't make the cool things necessarily, but I added the possibility for others to create the cool things. That I have no qualms with actually using as a feature on the Steam page eventually. Well, I don't. I assume you get my point here. I think think I've hammered this point quite heavily. But I do appreciate it. It's very kind of you, and it's exciting and encouraging that people are looking and wanting to add things to this. And maybe at some point we can actually do something slightly more official together than, you know, just a silly little sandbox thing. That's possible as well. Actually, can I like manifold extrude this thing now and have it work? Manifold extrusion is kind of like a magical thing when it works. In my experience, it almost never works, but now it did, at least on that side. I'm just gonna hide this thing to see the thing. Yeah, it did work now because it's such a simple case. Right. Now, can we actually fit a door here? If we can't fit a door and still have it sort of go into this lower portion of the house, then I'm gonna actually just lower the whole catwalk a little bit. So let's take that wall. Where's the roof? That's stupid. Did I delete the roof pieces now? I did, but they're super easy to add back, so let's not worry about that right now. Something like that. And probably delete that. And I think we can add like another of these doors just here on the higher level. And these doors might be, it is possible here that I'm just shooting myself in the foot by actually having them as part of this floor, right? It might be better to just have them as overlapping geometry. Oh, come on, not that one. Face, actually, bridge edge loops, probably some better thing. There we go, and add another face there. And look at that, it just about fits. But I think I still want to actually lower this a little bit. This catwalk is a little high. Let's do that, and that, and even that. I don't think we need that edge for anything, so let's get rid of it. Same thing there. We'll bring that down to there. So now we're like well within the dimensions of the house. Okay, let's see. Yes, I understand what you're saying, and the art style is good. Well, thank you. It evolves with the game. I hope it will. Like the prime example is the cliffs. You know, I think these cliffs just look much cooler than what I had in the previous level. So I think that is like the prime a prime example of the art style evolving a little bit. I'm trying to have it be kind of simple still. Like this is my plan, to have this game or have this car be this simple, and not have like a whole lot of dirt and detailed paintings on them, just to have it a bit easier on me to actually create all the assets. But sometimes you have to go like, yeah, okay, the cliffs kind of look like ass, to be honest. Let's see if we can make them cooler. And that's kind of what that was. Face. What? No. think we're gonna have to look for non-manifold edges now. Right, so we remove 2 vertices, we'll do 3D print, and then we'll do check all. Non-manifold edges, only on the bottom. Okay, that's good. And Don't Do All asks, what are the plans for this project and all the cool tooling tech you have created? Well, the tooling tech. Actually, what is that? That's something strange. That's not something we want. Go away. The tooling tech actually predates this game by quite a lot, or most of it, not all of it. Some of the tools have been created for this project, but most of it has actually existed previously. So, you know, the plans for the tooling tech is just to be able to make a game like this. As for what the plans are for this particular game, yes, it is supposed to be a commercial game. So this is the second production level that I'm now doing. I have a bunch of test levels, and I have a previous test level which you can play if you join the Discord. You can play the pre-alpha 1 level, or the pre-alpha 1 build, which has another level which you can already play and actually play through the mission, or an early version, shall we say, of the mission in that. So that's one level, and then this is the second level, and as soon as I have this in a nice visual state, I will release the Steam page, just to have sort of two biomes to show off there. Because I feel if you have a Steam page and it only shows a single biome. Set the master volume down here. So you can see this is what the other level is looking like. And I just said that, yeah, I might have to remodel these cliffs here, but still, this is a very sort of green place and lots of grass and stuff here. I think the level that I am working on now will be much more sort of brown / grayish. It's kind of high up on a mountain, and you know, because of that, it's not the same biome as this, which is like this big huge area. So that should give me a nice sort of couple of different biomes to show screenshots for there on the Steam page. I've read somewhere that like you should have at least 2 different biomes on the Steam page if your game does indeed have different biomes. You should have at least 2 of them there. But even if I didn't read that, I think I've sort of like felt that myself from just looking at Steam pages previously, and it's sort of nice to see that you know, maybe you have the ice level and then you have the lava level and all of that, right? But it just shows sort of like the variety that the asset pipeline and all of that allows you to do. But yes, it is supposed to be a Steam release, and it is supposed to have a single player campaign that you can play through. Perhaps even expansions to that campaign, if there is interest. But it is also supposed to have a sandbox mode where you can, first of all, you can just play the game, and maybe there's a sandbox level or 2 that you can just load into, and you can mess around with the stuff that is in there. But you can also make mods and you know, community-made content for the game. That's my goal. That's my plan. And we'll see if it pans out. That's kind of it. Alright, should we put in some windows already, or should we just like leave that for later? Might want to leave that for later. But this roof here is a little boring. I wonder if we should put some machinery or something on top of it. Some like chimney looking things or something. Maybe we should. Let's edit this in Blender once more. And we come here and we do yeah, especially like if you want to add a new, let's say a new cube here in Blender, it's much easier if you negate this rotation here. And then you can just come in here and go like new cube, and you know that it's aligned directly with that object. You know, something like this, just have some sci-fi looking thingamabobs up here. Is that the correct place for them though? I don't know. Let's grab another one of them and put one up here as well and change out its shape a little bit. And here of course we have like an inner space that is fully explorable. I don't think that's going to be the case with that lower section there. But we need to be a little careful here how we actually model this so it doesn't come through the roof. Can I find it? Ah, almost. Come on. There we go. There's actually quite a lot of space here in this section here inside of the roof, so it's not really a problem. And of course we can do. Oh, did I actually? I didn't copy that. I just moved it. That's not good. Get rid of these faces here immediately as well. Yep. What should we do about this? I'm not really going to be putting any details on these things yet, at least. So I don't know. Maybe it can be just like that. Sort of like the same kind of machinery up here on the top. Just make it a little lower. This is kind of roughly the angle that you will be viewing this from when you encounter it the first time. Coming from over here. Here's the road here. You can see this dip in the ground. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, I think we're probably done with this. You know, for this pass. I try to kind of balance out the way I do these a little bit, so that I don't take like one particular mesh and just develop it very far, and then later realize that, oh, it doesn't actually fit. I just do like a little bit at a time, and then I come back and then I do a little bit at a time, and then at some point I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm pretty certain this is how it's going to be. Then I just yank it out of the Blender sync system and properly detail and texture and model the thing. So let's do block out. Maybe I think brick is what I've been using here for many of these. What's red? Red is just like, it's just obnoxiously red. That's not good. Let's use brick. It's the same that I've used for these objects here. So let's use it as, you know, for the time being. Cool, cool. All right. A little bit of water. So in probably less than an hour, I'm gonna take a lunch break because it is fast approaching lunchtime here. And then I'll probably continue because there's just so much to do here, and I can do these things on the air, on stream. I feel quite well, but we'll see. So I think when it comes to like trees and rocks and things like that, I feel like this area here, this is getting pretty well treeified. Here needs to be some more, probably. And what should we do here? I think this should be one of those sort of cargo loading area thingies that, you know, Matt was kind of talking about earlier, about adding more boxes and things like that. I think this is the perfect place for that sort of thing. And it might actually even serve the gameplay in the sense that you can have it be part of the mission to kind of come get something from over here. So let's maybe do that. Let's what should I start with? Probably the shape. Sort of flatten this. Maybe not quite that much. Still pretty much. Right. Yes, I'm getting hailed here for food in about half an hour. Just to let you guys know beforehand. So this is supposed to be sort of like a loading area sort of thing. And then it kind of makes sense that these people have sort of flattened out the ground quite a lot here. I wouldn't, however, want to necessarily have to model any sort of ground supports or anything. So maybe let's not go there, if we can avoid it. And here's sort of like a difference between the new style of the, you know, cliffs versus the old system. In the old style, we didn't really have these really big cliff faces like this. This is probably more than one face geometrically. We can actually look at it here. We can see that it actually is quite a few faces actually. Maybe slightly too many even. It has a little bit of a curve going on, of course. But we didn't really have these kinds of really big faces here without, you know, any hard edges. And so, well, that's sort of like a difference between the somewhat regular sort of grid system that we had going. Now we can just have these like pretty large pieces of rock that don't really have any detail at all, at least until we, you know, add some textures to them or something. Which is kind of freeing in a sense, because, you know, if you have a place that like in real life would just sort of have come off at a sharp angle and have a reasonably flat face, then we can just have that. Dimitar is writing a lot of things that I don't really understand. Yesterday I got it too. What? Oh, is this somehow delivering your messages out of order or something? Or am I just being stupid? I'm probably being stupid if we're being honest. Let's have an idea here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Maybe there. And then we do. Maybe do something like this. That. And that's probably a little too steep, isn't it? It is, actually. Was that for a different chat? Yeah, I have a feeling it might have been. Yeah, so now we have a pretty natural place here to, you know, paint like a path here as well, right? They're just these small things that like the game doesn't really benefit necessarily from it at all, but it just like gives a little bit of more believability to this thing. I think you said it was raining where you are. No. No, unless I'm having a stroke. I haven't said anything like that. It's actually quite nice weather here. It's pretty cold. But no rain. Ironically, it would probably actually be snow rather than rain if it was, you know, coming down, or hail or something. It's actually surprisingly cold here for April. Yeah, that doesn't look very good. Let's erase this a little bit. Right, so let's go to the environment layer. I have a folder here called trees, rocks, etc. Here we can start plonking in our rocks. I'm gonna need to make some more rocks, just because I'm getting tired of my three rocks that I have here. Still think they look pretty good, and they sort of kind of fit in the art style that I'm going for, but I'm getting a little tired of them, so I just need to make more of them, quite simply. Right. Yeah, I think we can, without losing a lot of sleep, we can probably like block off this area if we want to. Or do we want to? Maybe we don't. Maybe we'll put some secret behind the house eventually. Let's still put a tree here. A lot of these things I'm probably going to change later on. But now we're getting to the thing that Matt was talking about in the depot. This is the depot. This house here. Let's add a folder. We'll call that folder dynamic props. And in the dynamic props folder, we will create. Just get rid of that. Dynamic props. Here we go. So, some time ago, I had a stream where I modeled quite a few of these guys. That sounds interesting. Then you can go and have a look at how these things came together. Let's switch those up. And I do a little bit of physics simulation here just to make sure that like these things are not intersecting each other, all of that. And you can also use them to just place them nicely here on the ground rather than having them have to sort of settle at runtime. I mean, they still have to settle on the sort of physics engine level. You can also do this. You can do like if you're not going completely crazy with this, you can add a little bit of penetration here and then select those guys and simulate them. And sometimes they can do kind of nice and natural looking sort of movement. It can be kind of nice looking. If you do that, then you know they will fly off into the atmosphere, of course. So let's not do that. Let's, yeah, they just fly off just a little bit. And you can have it simulate both of them, or you can just select one and have it simulate just that one. You can do something like that, then let it settle. I even had some of these roof panel thingies from the other level that we can use. It does, however, mean that we will be loading that resource pack. So maybe let's not do that just for the roof panel. That's something that we can move elsewhere later on if we want to actually have that in other levels. Let's put a few of these guys in here. Maybe put them on the side. Why not? See if we can fit a few of these different things into this nicely. Yeah. Put one of these things on its side. I don't know, something like that. This is all just, you know, first pass stuff. This is all first pass stuff anyway. And we can put something inside of this as well. not all of this look good, of course, yet, but it will eventually. And for this inside to look good, we're gonna need to light map the house, and then we are going to have to add light probes there to actually affect those dynamic objects as well. Do you group assets in the browser by asset pack? These groups here just come from the name. So if we look at the thing that is actually called the asset browser, oh, I placed one of those there. Well, all right then, but let's move it off to the side a little bit. Let's have it there, for example. That's fine. It can be there. So you have these blueprint files, and it's sort of a convention. It's not required, but it's a convention that if you have, you know, audio blueprints.blueprint, then these things are called audio slash something, audio slash scripted timbre event, audio slash scripted audio controller, and AI blueprints has like AI slash racetrack, which is a relic from a forgotten time. But you can just easily make, you know, here in gameplay blueprints you can do AI dot something. Now we have AI dot something here, and these groups here, this AI here is you know, all the things that are called AI slash and then the actual name of the blueprint, right? So that's where the grouping comes from. And so we have AI, we have basis AI things, nav mesh things, and then we have the game AI things, and you have all of them here under AI. But then, of course, these things can refer to resource packs that aren't necessarily related to that at all. That's what I said previously. We have depot level specific. That's only the background terrain currently. So like this big mesh here. But in the refinery level specific, we have just a whole bunch of things that are like the cliffs are there, for example, and all the houses and everything. So if we go to refinery level specific and we look here, we have like the power cell dispenser and the refinery tanks and the power plant, and that's the large warehouse, pipe bridge, all kinds of things. We have the dynamic refinery smokestack and all of that. And so these are typically referring to things that are found in the same resource pack. And that means that when you're loading one of these guys, the entire resource pack is loaded and kept in memory, and that's why I have it like in a refinery level specific resource pack. So we just load all of that in one go because it's kind of like supposed to be used with that level, right? And here we have this warehouse ruined roof panel thing. If we want to use this somewhere else, like it's obviously supposed to be used with this ruined house here. But if we want to use it somewhere else, we should probably move this out of the refinery level specific group so that it doesn't refer to the resource pack, and just load all of these other things if you only want to refer to that. That's how it works currently. Not sure that is the best way to handle it, but that is how it works currently, whether we like it or not. And it can be kind of handy, because then you can very easily group things together that you know, like, oh, these are gonna be referenced by this one level, and I want to use them all together, and I want them to be loaded all in one go. Then you just put them in a resource pack and you load that. So that's how it currently works. Okay, what then? Probably some more rocks at least. And yeah, resources are reference counted, as I probably said previously. And so that means that the resource pack stays loaded until the last resource that references it has been unloaded, and then it unloads the pack itself. Maybe that should be a bit lower in the ground still. That might be kind of cool. And what about this guy? What about that guy? Okay, folks, surprisingly, the food that we ordered has arrived. And that means that I will take a little bit of a break. Probably gonna be about 20-25 minutes or so. And that means that I will be gone for a while. If you would like to continue following the process of fleshing out this area, then you're welcome to check back in about half an hour or so. If you need to run, then I thank you for your time so far. This is a pretty chill way of, you know, working on this and just explaining my process to people. Also kind of explaining it to myself as I'm doing it. But yes, there will be a little bit of a break. I will put up my wonderful lunch break visual here for you. Let's see, before I go. It's all a trade-off, I guess, between minimizing file I/O and granularity. Less of an issue if you're not doing some crazy open world stuff. Yeah, it is. It is, and it's perhaps less of an issue these days when we have SSDs that are generally pretty fast at loading things on the fly. The resource system is old enough that SSDs weren't all that common when I initially designed it, and so yeah, it's not necessarily the best way to do it these days, but it works. And of course, you can be more granular with it and not create huge packs if you're concerned about that sort of thing. Anyway, I'll be back in about 20-30 minutes or so, and see you then. Well, well. Hello there again. I'm back, and I made it in about 28 minutes. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright then, where were we? Let's make sure I have my audio stuff again set up. Audio stuff set up correctly here. And we didn't even lose that many viewers. That's cool. Or maybe everyone left and we got new people. Regardless, welcome everyone if you just joined. Had a bit of a lunch break going here for a bit. But I am back and ready to continue with this area. So, where were we? Well, I think I was about to do something about this area here. And so, we'll do that. Now, this needs to be raised. This is sort of supposed to be going up towards these sort of cliffs or mountains here. I think it clearly needs to be raised. And also, it just sort of tends to look nicer if it's... There's some serious elevation difference in some places. We'll actually take in like a carver. And we'll make the carver like maybe... it can be a box actually, that's completely fine. Let's make it like 30 by 0.1 by 30. So I have like a proper amount of geometry here to work with. Is that too much? I don't think it necessarily is. Let's go with this for a bit at least. Yeah, I think that's a good start. Then we need to, of course, sculpt it a little bit. And I think that's a pretty good place to consider this old rule of mine that like we should think about how water flows. So water comes sort of from these cliffs, sort of runs down this thing. There should be probably a little bit of a depression here in the ground from that. Or something. We'll figure it out as we go. And yeah, I think this looks much nicer. I think we'll want to probably do something a little similar here. Like this road is supposed to go roughly here where it actually runs, but off here to the side, I think we should raise the terrain quite a bit. That also reinforces this idea that, oh, you're actually sort of driving down into this kind of valley thing here. Glade, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I still have a little bit of a cough going on. I try to filter out that stuff so you guys don't have to listen to that. Some of you may have noticed that I haven't been streaming like a whole lot lately. Compared to what I did like last year. And a significant part of that has actually just been some weird freaking allergies wreaking havoc on my voice and my ability to talk as much as I like to talk when I do this. And it's been really annoying. And it's sort of affecting me, it's affecting our kids, it's affecting probably our whole family. There's just some sort of allergy situation this year that's just annoying. Annoying as all hell. But let's try to work through it. So a little bit of depression here that we can then paint if we want to with some sandy gravelly thing. Of course, a lot of this is supposed to be a little sandy and gravelly, especially out here on these cliffs, these sort of rock faces, cliff faces, and this ground here. It's supposed to be kind of like barren. At least that was my original idea. Let's see how it evolves. But I think this is perhaps the most kind of wooded place in this entire level. So we can probably make this maybe not quite as green as that demo level that we looked at, but greener. You know, this is kind of secluded compared to this place here. We have the winds blowing from those big plains. This is a pretty sort of secluded and protected place from the elements. All of that stuff. How's the music thing going? So again, I have one of these like the relaxed movements YouTube videos of like 12 hours of copyright-free music. Most of it is just like the same songs that I've heard so many times before, because they tend to use the same tracks just over and over again. In perhaps a different order. It's it's kind of feels a little like cheating. But, you know, I can't complain all that much because I've used these videos for quite a lot. And the music, while perhaps not my favorite music in the world, is kind of serviceable for like stream music. So, but yeah, the videos are 12 hours each, so I don't typically even have to like rewinding to the beginning. I can just continue where I left in the last time I streamed. They're long enough for that. Okay, what do we want to do here with this road now? Do we want this potential sort of stream or pit that this water has cut to cross the road? Not necessarily. Let's do like a small sand pit or something here, right? Maybe I'll actually have to paint a little bit of sand here so that I don't forget that this was supposed to be a sand pit. I think I have the same materials that I had in the last level I did, already copy-pasted into this one. And that's how we have this sand here. This is the same sand, or actually I think this is gravel. Yeah, it's gravel. So we have default grass. Debug fallback is probably actually this thing. What we see here. Oh, apparently not. Let's undo that since I don't know exactly what I did. Default grass. Yeah, it's not visible. I wonder if it is this like one of these materials that go sort of on top of those. Do we just have the strength set low enough that like gravel goes on top of that? Okay, so it needs to be either this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it is the debug Debug fallback is the name of it, which we can of course reuse for something else. But if we start erasing this, we see the basic grass one that I had in the other level as the base for essentially the whole level here underneath. And if you take that away, then we just get like a hole in the ground. It looks like burnt paper. It's kind of interesting. It's just the shader doing funky things when it's sort of interpolating from something to nothing. But you know, if you take the debug one away, we could, in theory, start thinking about what the one underneath it should look like. Like I said, I don't think that the level should be quite as green as we had in the previous ones. We can use this advanced color picker here and like change maybe the hue a little bit to something more yellowish. All in the interest of actually creating this other biome that I was talking about. You can make cave entrances with it. I can make cave entrances with it, and it is supposed to adhere to the physics as well. I think there's a bug with that currently. You know, if we take this thing away, if we put like a dynamic prop here, let's see, where's my desk? There we go. Like this thing is supposed to fall through, but I think it doesn't actually do it currently. You can see it doesn't actually work. So there's a bug. Another thing you can see, another bug you can see. It's not really a bug. I know exactly why it is. Well, I guess it is a bug, but it's just something that I haven't bothered to fix. You can see the ambient occlusion here also doesn't take those holes into account. But yeah, I'm sure both of those things would be like maybe an hour or work or something, and then it would be good. I am of course doing there's a tunnel over here, but it's running actually on top of the ground. But yeah, you're quite right. I could make tunnels with that if I tweaked it a little bit. Poseidon, you ask Zig for scripting. Well, Zig is actually, I wouldn't call it scripting, no. I have another scripting language. You can see here. Angel script, to be specific, this sort of thing. It kind of depends on, I don't consider it scripting. Scripting is kind of, I consider things that are logic that is added to data to be scripting. And the other code that is not scripting, that's actually the kind of the program itself. But if you consider scripting like Unity considers scripting, right, where the actual, like one might argue that the game is written in C#. If you consider that scripting, then that is basically what I do with Zig. Yeah. Basically. Right. I think this is still a little too green. Let's call this default ground, which happens to be the same name as the physics material here. We'll make it maybe slightly more red still. It gets kind of brown, of course. when it's this, you know, you take orange and you pull down the light enough, you get basically brown. So we don't want to do that. We want to probably take this hue and up the light. Yeah, this requires some experimentation. I don't exactly know what I want here. That is kind of the issue, I think. And also, I think this part of the level, like I said previously, is probably the greenest of all the parts. Which means that actually we don't want to do this tweaking here. We want to do that tweaking probably here or even here, right? So here if we go and we again name this default ground, and then we take away a bunch of this debug, what was it called, debug fallback, this material here. Should essentially, everything should be erased sooner or later, but if we just start with some of this, maybe this, take this area here as well. Let's not go too wide on it yet. Just have a little bit of a, we can have it go here. A little bit of this road as well. Why not? So we have sort of like almost like a cross section of this level. We can sort of see, okay, how is this thing gonna actually look? I'm sort of jumping a little bit between different tasks here, as I'm sure you can see. I kind of just need to allow that today to make sort of steady progress on this level. And now if we start messing around with the default ground one, like I just have sort of like a kind of an idea in my head of what this is supposed to be. I'm not sure about the visuals, the actual visuals. I sort of have this idea that okay, this is supposed to be sort of like a more barren version of that other level. And of course there should still be grass, because grass just adds this sort of nice surface detail to this, but it can be kind of like almost like brown reddish. I'm planning on having a snow level. I was thinking about that, yeah, and I was thinking I would actually perhaps even use the grass system for doing snow, because that would allow me to have snow that has, you know, I can have tracks in, right? If we do this, let's add a grass layer here, because we, oh, what? Grass, come on. Oh, we already have a grass layer, do we? Yes, we do. Okay. Well, never mind then. Grass layer. Grass, shell grass. I put a shell grass object here. See if I can remember how this actually works. If we do highlight and we do shell grass paint highlight. Now this thing is weird looking. Don't worry about that. It basically allows us to paint this sort of debug material here on top of these things. you can just fill like a whole kind of area with this stuff, like this, and then you know you can start to erase parts of it if you want to. But this sort of thing can actually probably, I haven't tested it, but it can probably be used for snow as well. Let's mark this Quick Mesh 11, which is probably going to be named something else, but if we mark it Quick Mesh 11, then we can actually paint on top of this cliff. Right, like this. And yeah, this doesn't look like grass at all. I know it is supposed to specifically stand out. That's why it's blue. Anyway, now if we go and we go into the game. Then we go, yeah, we can actually take this car. And we go and actually drive on that stuff. Yeah. Oh right, this. Damn. Okay, I need a proper snow shader for this actually for this to work. I was hoping this this edge or this grass highlight material would handle it, but actually it doesn't seem to be reading the what's it called, the tire track map. Basically what I'm trying to do is this. If you're driving with a car through the grass, you will actually flatten the grass. And the grass gets flattened by erasing some of those levels of the grass here. As you can see here that there's clearly some like tracks being drawn in this grass by actually having it kind of erase the grass where you've been. And so we should be able to just do the exactly same thing with a snow material that has sort of like the same flat look as that debug material, but of course it would be white, and then you can you know drive through the snow and leave tracks in it. It would be kind of cool. So that is my that's my answer to I'm planning on having snow levels. I'm thinking about things like this. not sure if there will be actually a snow level, but it is highly possible. Let's see. Do you code on everything? Do you code everything from scratch? You would have to define everything. Like obviously I use a lot of libraries like physics for the physics, for example. But I have created a significant part of this, yes. Now you can see that the grass actually changing color when I fly away like that, and it becomes sort of like this green thing here. You can do the same thing if you just repaint the terrain color map. I think when we change the color of this terrain here, make it something outrageous like blue, then we need to actually repaint the terrain map, which is done periodically when you're moving through the level, or you can just force repaint it like that. But yeah, the grass tries to sort of get the color from the terrain, from the underlying terrain. So if we, annoyingly the grass object ends there. If we move it a bit here, you can see that we actually get like brown grass here on the road, and then blue grass there. Blue grass. Pun not intended. So yeah, all of that said, I don't think we'll want to have grass quite yet. We will want to figure out the terrain colors first. But I'm quite simply just gonna have to play around with this a little more. What's that using? That's using the sand one. Yeah. See, the one of the problems here now is that, like, okay, we have this ground color here, and all these cliffs just look out of place. So what if we did something like this, where we go to yeah, not there, but here means, and then game, and then materials, and block out, and we can just open one of these guys. And it has a material. This is sort of like the base material that we're using, and then we can override the colors for this, and that's kind of how these blockout materials are made. So we can create a material variant, as it's called, and we can save this, and we can go what should we call this? Instead of blockout blue, we do something like blockout cliff. Let's call it, like, I don't know, light brown. Actually, that implies that it is brown. What if we then make it something else? Try to come up with a good term here. Rendering is NVRHI. Yeah, as of about one month ago. And I don't use SDL, no. I don't use SDL. I've seen the grass system used for animal fur. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the most famous example would be Shadow of the Colossus, which uses it. Yeah, it's called shell texturing. I actually made a video about it. You can go have a look. It's called something like shell textured grass or something like that, where I explain it in detail how it's working, how it's done. Right, block out. Actually, what we can do here is this. We can go here and go to Map Depot, and we will just call it Blockout Cliff. I'll actually create a materials folder for that, and then it can be whatever it is. So, you know, copy that, and we'll put it into our trusty text file here. So it's first diffuse and then ambient. If you can start join for YouTube, I could sub. I don't like Patreon. Yeah, thank you. That's nice to hear. I don't plan on doing either. If you want to support me, if you feel like this stuff is cool, then you know, just let your friends know. For the time being, that's sort of the only thing I'm offering. You can join the Discord if you want to. You can actually even play the pre-alpha 1 version of the game over there, and give me feedback on that. But yeah, I don't do Patreon, I don't do Kickstarter, I don't do any of that because, well, first of all, I don't really feel like doing it, but also, even if I wanted to do it, Finnish law actually makes it a little tricky. You can't really do Patreon here, you can't really do Kickstarters. It's super complex if you want to do that sort of thing. All right, so okay, here we have that, but that actually uses what? We don't actually want that checkerboard thing there. Milky white, I think, is the one that I've used. Yeah, there we go. You can see it doesn't quite match, and of course we have this terrain pattern thing here, which now isn't actually used for these cliffs. So they're kind of close, but they're not quite close. Close enough, one might say. But yeah, I don't like this color. It's a bit of an annoying color. So again, we're just gonna have to experiment a little bit with this. Oh no, my material editor crashed here off screen. Maybe I shouldn't tell you that. But now I did. So not game, depot, map, depot, materials. All right. So now we have a slightly kind of more. There's almost like a little green. It's a little weird. Of course, when we start to actually paint the grass or the terrain with more than one color, it immediately starts looking nicer. So, for example, here we have probably already sand. You know, we can paint sand here into some of these areas. And these are now kind of similar, actually. We actually have even a sand alternative. These all come from the other level, so they're not necessarily tuned for this sort of. Just take the strength down quite a bit to 0.2 maybe. Oh, and actually, yeah, it goes under the main sand, because these things are sort of layered in the shader. Kickstarter is kind of dead. Yeah, I mean, I know. I'm just telling you that I really can't sort of take a lot of donations. Like all of the donation services are almost sort of off limits to me. Just because I live in Finland, and you sort of can't really do that stuff over here. You can't really ask for money. You need like specific permission from the government to be able to ask for money. You can sell something, but you can't just go like, hey, join my Patreon and give me money, and I might occasionally give you cool things. That doesn't fly. It's illegal over here. Let's see. If you can fade it on the edges when it meets the rocks, it looks like gravel. Yeah, I used in the other level that I have going. I used the grass for that, and it works really well. So if you look for, well, essentially you look on top of any of these cliffs here, you can see the thing in action. Like this thing, for example, I think I had an even better example of it over here, because here we have cliffs that are they're kind of flat, and then you have the grass here on the ground, right? So if we now take away the grass, we just disable grass rendering here, you can see the edge very clearly. And it's actually like I was thinking it would go somewhere here, but it actually runs here, which just means that it works really well, because it just hides that border just very well. If you go look at it absolutely from above, you can typically see the edge there. And there are all kinds of tricks that you can use to hide this, but I just haven't really implemented any other than the grass, because the grass just works so well here. I might have to do some of those other tricks in that other level if we have less grass in it. But it just works really well here with this. So that's cool. Yeah, these other materials, they look really horrible with this color though. So let's take that stuff away, undo all of that. They will need to be kind of tweaked for this. Now we can start applying this material to these cliffs though, and seeing how that looks. I do wonder if these cliffs should just be sort of very straightforwardly like a different color than the rest of the ground. Maybe they should. Let's take a copy of that guy. And then we can continue messing around with this. So what if we made these like, you know, more towards the actual sort of grey-ish cliffs that we have there in the other level. Bring the saturation down and the light down as well. And of course they won't be single colored. I will texture them, but just to give sort of get an idea of like roughly the like intensity levels and all of that we'll get from this. Now we can go and have the diffuse color be a lot brighter. Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of feel like this might be the sort of work that I need to do offline, just because like it might take a lot of experimentation to get this right. Yeah. I'm not sure. So, in the interest of, you know, continuing this thing that we're on here, I think I will I'll undo everything except the painting of this. Oh, maybe we can keep that color there. I'll just leave this area like this for the time being, and we'll get back to coloring that, and then we can actually paint stuff there later on. But I think I will actually paint a little bit of sand here in this, just to remind myself that hey, this is supposed to be a sand pit. Just something like this, right? It's kind of like there's a little bit of water coming down from over there and collecting here. You can use Adobe's free website. Yeah, yeah. There's a website called Coolers. Like this. Yeah. Okay. Start the generator. I've been using this for quite some time. Now I haven't done it in a while, but I think yeah, you just press spacebar and you get like colors that go well together. If you sign in, you get a little bit more. You get a little bit more sort of control over. You can save some of these. I don't exactly remember, but then of course you can like pay these guys and you get even more power. But this has been kind of nice. I try to avoid Adobe completely. So far I haven't needed them, so I think I'm gonna try to do without. Nick Ward asks, what do you think? Is it possible to do all the level designing in Blender? It's probably possible. Of course, if you do that, you don't get necessarily a sort of what you see is what you get visualization of what you're developing, right? The wrong tool here. But sure, I mean, depends on how you want to work, of course. Pretty sure there's been some games that have done that. Can't name any names, but pretty sure I've seen some indie titles just use Blender as a sort of level editor. For better or worse, I don't know. This looks kind of horrible now. Kind of regretting this a little bit. But sure, yeah, I think it's definitely possible, especially if you want to work that way. Then you know you add all the cool things that you need, all the convenience features and everything that you want to be able to create your levels. You'll just add them to Blender as add-on functionality, right? Blender is sort of infinitely extendable, after all, so. If you're asking me if it's possible to do it without any sort of add-on, I wouldn't want to work that way. But if I had a good enough integration, then sure, why not? Why not? I think I used a box there previously, so just used one again. Something like that. And of course it also sort of ties into the whole thing of like how experienced are you with Blender. Maybe you are very experienced with Blender, in which case it probably makes a whole lot of sense to do as much as you can in Blender, as opposed to jumping over into like Unity or Unreal or something. But like eventually you're gonna have to bring it into your game level or your game engine of choice. And so what do you do then? Do you just like import your meshes, your level geometry as like an FBX file or an GLTF file or an OBJ file? Is that how you get it into the game? And what about if you want to do, you know, scripting like I do in here in this level editor, where I can script objects? How do you bring those? How do you bring that logic into the game from Blender? I mean, you can probably hook things together in Blender. Add some plugins there to actually allow it to oh, see you later, Poseidon. Thanks for hanging out. You can hook things together in Blender if you want to script something, you know, either through like actually writing code in some sort of code editor in Blender, or you can maybe have some sort of node-based thing, which I'm sure you can do in Blender's UI as well somehow if you put your back into it. But then you need to be able to bring it over into the game somehow and have the game execute that stuff. How would that work if your level editor is Blender? I don't know, it probably can be done, but it's just like there's questions. Questions upon questions. But sure, it can probably be done. And I'm pretty sure it has been done. And if you're in a hurry, you kind of need a level editor. If you're in a hurry, well, then you should honestly probably use Unity. But if you're dead set on not using a pre-made engine and you're still in a hurry and you need a level editor, then Blender might be a pretty good choice, I guess. I have worked on a commercial game, for consoles and PC, where the levels were made in 3D Studio Max. This was many years ago. But it was an honest to God game. I'm not sure what I would call it AAA, but upper AA tier. And I heard that it wasn't very pleasant to do levels in 3D Studio Max. We did have some plugins and stuff for helping us do that, but still, I don't think it's necessarily all that fun. But I do acknowledge and appreciate all the time that it takes to build an editor like this. I mean, I have done it myself, obviously, and it has taken many years. This editor fun fact, I think I've mentioned this previously. This editor turned 10 years last year, 2024. I think I mentioned there in the 15 years with the self-made game engine video that, well, first of all, you can see there's the like super early screenshot of this editor, which is from like around 2024. At least it is from a build from 2024, if that picture isn't exactly from there. But 2024 is where I actually took this engine which already existed, or 2014, sorry. It's where I took the engine that already existed and made it run inside of a Windows Forms application. Simple, just make Blender the game engine. Yeah! Some people actually did. It's called UPBGE. Yes, isn't that like a spin-off of the Blender game engine? UPBGE. This thing. I think it probably is the same program that I am thinking about, and something that I looked at previously. So in the olden days there was something called Blender Game Engine, which was actually bundled with Blender. And Blender Game Engine, it was just available right out of the box, but then it didn't get updated for quite a while, and it was eventually just stripped out of Blender completely. And I think this is sort of like a spin-off of that. Like they've taken some reasonably recent version of Blender and combined it with, I don't know if they like took back some of, like, reintegrated some of that Blender game engine stuff, or if they just wrote the game engine thing, completely re-implemented it, but it's basically the same idea as far as I know. And this is cool. This is actually something that I might be kind of interested in if I didn't have my own thing. Oh. Yeah, that's not very encouraging. 2023. Yeah, let's hope this thing is still going. .3 source. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. So it's kind of recent. It's kind of recent. Browser download. Is this thing actually like? Is this on GitHub or something? Yes, on GitHub. Right, so they do weekly builds. Okay, so it is still very much going on. That's nice. Uchronia Project Blender Game Engine. Yeah. This is cool. I don't know how this works at all, but I assume you can actually like just model right there in the level editor then. No need for import export Python. Blender supports 3D modeling, sculpting, UV mapping, everything made in the UPBG can be used as is. That's very nice. That's very nice. Simply pressing the P key will start your game in the active viewport. Yeah. It's very cool. Yeah, I'm not a very big fan of Python, but I'm sure it could be. I could figure it out if I had to. Yeah, I mean, every now and then, I actually get a little sad that I'm using my own tech, simply for the reason that I can't really contribute stuff to the community that you guys can use out of the box. That's not really the reason why I'm doing this, though. The reason why I'm doing this is to make this game. But every now and then it would be cool to go like, hey, I created this thing. For you. Like I can't, for example, just release Blender Sync because it is very heavily sort of tied to bases. And it would be cool to use something like Blender or the UPBGE just to be able to go like, hey, I'm using this freely available thing and here's a trick that you guys can use as well, or whatever. I can't really do that currently. At least not until I actually release the modding SDK and the tools for this. Which I will do, obviously, eventually. But it's not really the same thing as just using it like an open source thingy. So it's sometimes it's a little sad. If you are doing your own game engine, though, I mean, then you're already sort of on a path to just spending a lot of time on the project, right? If you're doing that, I would still probably recommend that you would make your own level editor. It can be as basic as you want. If you have an easy way to just bring models into the world, something that you export from Blender or some other program, but I'm guessing we're kind of Blender people, all of us here these days, since it's such a good tool and it's free. But anyway, some modeling tool. If you can bring things over into your level editor, you can get pretty far just by being able to create objects in your level, bring in exported meshes, perhaps with collision, and then being able to place those in the level. You don't even need like a terrain editor like this, where you can actually like modify the terrain like this. You can just have that be separate mesh or height field or whatever. But if you can place those things, you know, scale them, rotate them, translate them, and then you can package that data somehow so that you have, you know, your runtime can read that. You can actually get pretty damn far with that setup, right? All the scripting, everything else can be just handled at runtime until you're ready to start, you know, integrating that stuff into your editor. You don't really need to have that stuff in the editor for a pretty long while, necessarily. And if you get that base running, then you can just at your own pace add more functionality there. That's kind of how I see it. I feel like it is very powerful to have your own editor, which you can just do whatever you want with. Things like the grass editor that we just looked at, the thing where you can paint grass and it shows up in layers. That sort of thing is actually implemented in a game side component. A game side component that just happens to run in the editor. The editor actually has no idea that you're painting grass or where that data goes. It's completely implemented in the game. Or the runtime, shall we say. And it's very handy when you can do things like that, where you can just go like, I want this custom piece of data, and since I own the editor, I have completely free hands to specify where that stuff comes from, where it's going, all of that. It's very cool and freeing. Yeah, actually, don't hate that. What do we have? The object placement. Yeah. So if we reset it, yes, that's good. Just leave it like that. Yeah, but if I started today, I probably wouldn't make my own engine. I would just not do it. It just takes too long. It takes too damn long to make an engine. I don't know. Maybe I would. I still feel like it takes too damn long to make an engine. But if you're dead set on doing that, I do feel like you should put in the extra sort of work to actually make an editor to get the full kind of potential, and then you can just make it as simple or as complex as you want. All right. Let's play this a little bit and see where we have something that obviously looks like empty. Let's spawn a. We can do a flying car here. Why not? Yeah. One of those red text there is just that like we actually did enable a free camera. It's kind of there because the free camera stuff is only supposed to be for development, so you shouldn't like accidentally do it. Yeah, this corner here looks bad. It needs more stuff or tweaks. Doesn't necessarily. Maybe it needs less stuff. I don't know. But it doesn't look good. I think here we also need something. Probably some trees. It's kind of like the obvious place for some trees. It's kind of traversable though, which is nice. Like you can go into a lot of these crevices with this car. Oh no! Apparently you can't go there. Can you though? You can of course fly over it. There we go. Yeah, these things don't have collision currently. Might have to add that. We can just add a blocker right there. Oh, you can't drive over that base. Yeah, probably need to fix that as well. So here, make that default ground. Now we can suddenly drive on it. Maybe we should make all of this be default ground. And here we can put in a blocker. Why not? And it should probably be quite thin, quite tall, and quite thin in that direction too. And this would just be like an absolute shit show to pose here now. Let's move it back here. And then I will make this very, very long. Now we should be able to just rotate it. Yeah, some of these things are kind of tricky to do in the editor still. Not everything is super easy, as you can see. So that's almost correct. It's even more almost correct. It's a bit too far. Yeah, that's like almost test correct. And I bet it's not actually completely necessary to have it go all the way up, but now that we're actually doing it, why not? So maybe 20 is enough if I just move it. Nah, it's actually not. 24. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Yeah, some of these things can be kind of painful. It would be easier if you can just see that the wire there in the editor. You can see that it's actually not quite matching it. So if we want to, we can even keep messing with this until we get it exactly how we want to. It's probably not worth it. Yeah, it's good enough there, but I need to move it world space a little bit backwards. So about there. I think that's probably good. That's close enough. That is close enough. And yeah, this track doesn't have collisions. It won't for a while until we know that we don't want to change it anymore, because it's just easier to do them then in one go. Yeah, you can sort of go around many of these places, even though you don't technically need to. And that makes this kind of fun to traverse this area. Maybe we should have more of these sort of pillars lying around here inside of this quarry. That might be interesting. Can the wire have collision? Well, Yes, we just added collision to it. But if you mean like the the wire, the renderer thing, the rendered wire, you can see this is specifically called wire renderer. It's very much like a rendering thing. So I guess I could make it actually export a piece of geometry to the physics engine, but I wouldn't really want to do that because at that point it's not really a rendering thing anymore. Most of these you won't want to have collisions on anyway. Like you have a lot of these kind of short I did it wrong. You have a lot of these like kind of short wires that are sort of just going from one place to another. I don't think you necessarily want to add in collisions for those. It doesn't really matter if they're there or not. I mean, if you want to make this actually like a functioning thing, then maybe at that point, if you want to be able to move these around. But so far they're just props. So sure, it can, if you want to, have the renderer actually emit physics data, then sure, but I don't do that currently because it's strictly a rendering thing. Okay, what do we do about this now then? Let's add like let's add a rock here and see what that does to the place, and maybe a couple. Might be okay. Some of this can look kind of strange until you actually get ground textures and grass and all of that painted in. So let's not panic if something doesn't look good straight away and completely redesign it. Probably gonna be fine. We'll make some of these maybe some other color. Let's make that red. Yellow. That can be probably green, but let's make like that one yellow. Or red, actually. And yes, there are red and yellow spruces on this planet. Absolutely. And some of this as well. Branch. Red. What about this? Have this kind of big and majestic tree. Would that be cool? I'm not sure. Maybe it would. Or you put it like here. Sort of like one of the sides. We do of course have another one of them over there, so it could be a little strange. We actually switch this around so that it's actually kind of reaching out over this road a little bit here. That might be kind of interesting. Let's see. Yeah, it would be like rotated like that. And then maybe Sometimes it's almost like better to actually place a tree and go like, oh, it should be there, and then, you know, raise up the ground to meet it. It's almost sort of like what tends to happen in real life as well. The ground sort of like raises up to meet trees. I mean, that's not actually what happens, but it kind of looks like that is what happens. Due to how the roots are sort of running. And then just lots of grass and stuff here. Might look cool. Yeah, I'm not feeling it with that one. Let's put a rock there. Maybe rotate it on its local axis a little bit. Make this a bit larger still. Yeah, that's a cool tree, but I think there's only a few places where it actually kind of fits. All of this thinking for someone to go, yep, that's a tree. See, the way I'm thinking about this is very few people who play a game consciously go, yeah, that's a tree. But they're still sort of subconsciously evaluating it, whether they want to or not. Kind of subconsciously evaluating everything that they see, and they go like, they can even consciously go like, that looks strange, or that doesn't look realistic, or that, or not even necessarily realistic, but like that's not believable, right? And I think that kind of detracts from the overall experience. Even if it really doesn't have anything to do with the gameplay, right? And then of course it depends on the game. My whole overall concept with traction point, overall sort of wanting to make this project is that I want to make these places. More than anything, I want to make these places. Of course, gameplay is important. Goes without saying. And I think that the sandbox sort of, I'm not talking about the sandbox mode here, but like the actual like sandbox that the gameplay sort of, all gameplay revolves around is kind of powerful. But more than anything, I just want to create these places. Maybe tell a little bit of a story while doing that. And I don't expect people to play this game and go like, yep, that's a tree. I think that's a believable tree. I like that tree. I'm now gonna drive past that tree and I'm gonna like it. I don't expect anyone to play the game like that, but I do expect people to play this game and their brains to subconsciously look at things and go like, that looks like a place. Yeah, I know you were joking. I know you were joking. It's not a. I'm just kind of explaining my thought process here, both to myself and to you guys. Don't worry. No offense. Take no offense from things like this. I find it very interesting to have these kinds of discussions and thought experiments, because people make games for very sort of different reasons, right? Someone might just have figured out the most kick-ass gameplay mechanic ever, and the whole sort of packaging is secondary. They just want to let people mess around with this kick-ass gameplay mechanic. And for other people, it might be all about the sort of presentation, and the gameplay is kind of secondary. I don't necessarily consider Traction Point to be a gameplay secondary game, but it is definitely one where I feel like the sort of presentation is equally important. I like the level of clutter details in Forza Horizon games. Yeah, I don't know how many hundreds of people they have doing content for them. But yeah, I like that as well. Absolutely. I was recently playing through the Last of Us Part 2 on PC. I did play it on PS4 back when it released. It released on PC on Steam recently. I was like, yeah, I might actually just want to play that again. So I bought it the second time, and just marveled at their level and environment creation. Like, that is by no means my favorite Naughty Dog game. I tend to like Naughty Dog's games, but that game is not at all my favorite one. But it has very, very cool environment design. Almost like, too much, arguably. Yeah, I think we need to reset that. Yeah, I think there should be a tree there. And I also I've been playing lots of games recently, actually. It's kind of unusual for me. I don't usually play that much. I also played Adamfall, which has to be the most British game that I've played in a while. It was pretty fun. I also like their world building a lot, especially when it comes to like those old kind of bunkers and cold era like machines and mechanisms and all of that. It was really fun. Fun game. People are complaining that it's not Fallout, and I'm like, Well, who said it was Fallout? I think it was like just the right complexity for myself. At least right now. What's that? That's spruce number 2. Let's put in a spruce number 1. And I actually, speaking of games, I actually finished a playthrough of Tempest Rising yesterday. Oh, we're going through Tempest Rising. Yes, I don't know if you wrote that before or after I just said it, but I saw your message after I said it. Yeah, I finished the GDF campaign yesterday. It was fun. I wasn't quite as enamored with it as I was hoping I would be. There's just something that kind of can't replace Westwood games for me. But it was fun. So which faction have you played so far? Or both? How much is this catwalk being annoying? It's not necessarily super annoying. Maybe we could extend it to cover the back wall as well, and then like leave this side open. I think just because of camera reasons, we might want to have one wall which is flat. That might be useful. People really seem to be in a cycle of complaining that all games are the same, and then when a game isn't like another, they know and they complain. It's not just that. I think that has always been an issue. I don't think that's a new thing. I think that's been an issue as long as there's been games. There have been games. But it probably you might be right that we're kind of in a particularly bad cycle phase of that right now. That's possible. The characters, they're just not as campy fun. That's one thing. That is one thing, definitely. Yeah, especially when it comes to Westwood. Like, the whole thing with Westwood is that they were campy fun. But it's strange in a way, because like some of those characters, like what's his name? Is it Shepard or something, like the GDI main guy when you're playing through Command and Conquer, for example? He's just like super serious, right? And you know, trying to explain to the UN that GDI is not slaughtering children and all kinds of things like that. Not all of it is campy, but then like all of a sudden you have like a super campy, like his, what's that professor's name? I don't remember, the Tiberian professor. And then of course like all of Tiberium's Sun is just like completely super campy with the O'Neill stuff. But the characters in Tempest Rising are sort of like, there's a lot of, sort of like default. They have sort of like a default mood. I've only played the GDF campaign. I finished the GDF campaign yesterday, so I've seen all of that. And they were all basically the same throughout the entire campaign. They were just like, oh, the dynasty is here and they're bad and they're powerful but luckily we're also powerful and we will now kick them out. And then there's the thing that happens, which I won't spoil. And then they're like, oh shit, we're in trouble and we're gonna kick some ass. So like nothing really happened in that sense, and they kind of just forgot about the whole dynasty towards the end, I think. Which was a little annoying. I finished Ghost Warrior 3 on challenge mode, and Sniper Elite 3 on realistic. Was Sniper Elite 3, was that the Africa one? Three was Africa, right? That's my favorite Sniper Elite. Sniper Elite 3. Yes, Africa. Yes, this one. Yeah, speaking of Rebellion, I just said that I've been playing Atomfall and liked it a lot. I think Sniper Elite's got a little boring towards the end. This one I liked a lot. This one I played and I tried to get... I don't remember if I played on which difficulty mode, but I tried to do all the optional things and everything. And then I played Sniper Elite 4, and it was like, yeah, alright. Was it like Norway or something? I don't remember. And then I bought Sniper Elite 5 and I played, I think, 2 missions, and I was like, this is getting tired. So I'm sure it's a equally good game, but I couldn't finish it. Scout. Let's go Scout. Yeah, I think this is starting to come together kind of nicely. What was I thinking about this? Yeah, put those trees there. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough for now. And I think I'll keep this back side here traversable, drivable. Just because we can put some funsies there if we want to. Finished up really V2 classic and remastered on realistic. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess there's some like more sort of simulated, more heavily simulated like bullet ballistics and all of that. That kind of goes a little too deep for me. I kind of don't really have the time or patience for that sort of stuff. But I do, at least on paper, like the Sniper Elite formula, because I do like stealth games. Like Dishonored is one of my all-time favorites. Thief is also very nice, and Deus Ex 2. Should do something funky and put a tree right there. Is that cool? Is that cool or is that stupid? Or is it cool and stupid? I don't know. I somehow feel like we should have some trees here before this. I think it will look cool when it's sort of like you get like the reveal first time you come here and you see that place. Maybe not that high, the tall one. The campaign feels like build-up and world building rather than complete narrative. I assume you're still talking about Tempest Rising. And I assume that because I feel exactly the same. I feel like that is exactly what's going on with that game. And I don't mind it. I just want more of it. If they're going to do that, then please give me more, right? And there should be a yellow one, especially now that we have, or at least as long as this one is red. Yeah, I think that's probably good. That's probably good. To make it harder, I don't use breath control when I shoot. Some resistance looks like it's going to be good. I didn't know that we're making a new one. But I guess these games must. Oh right, yeah, this came out already, right? Yeah, okay. I just got confused here because it's like you can buy it already. Yeah, okay. I heard that this was out. I also heard that it's kind of more of the same. And I guess there's I guess there is a pretty dedicated fan base for these things, right? Because they're kind of just like pumping them out now almost on a yearly basis. Not quite, but maybe bi-yearly. So there has to be a pretty dedicated fan base that just love these kinds of games. Yeah. Okay. Well, good for them. I'm happy they made Adamfall though. If for nothing else, then at least as a little bit of a palate cleanser. Like it gave me pretty strong Lost vibes occasionally. It's like British Lost in more ways than one. Okay, what's the next step then? I was thinking of something. What was I thinking of? Right, we were supposed to make some tweaks to this guy. Save the level here in between. I'll go get a little bit of water and just be back in a second. Alright then. I'm guessing they made resistance a way to de-risk atomfall by having some guaranteed income. Probably, yeah. Yeah. Probably. There's always a risk of you know, giving people too much of what they want too quickly, though, right? Not in the Bungie sense, but in the sense that like you don't have time to do it properly if you do it too quickly. But if it's good, then sure. Why not? Okay, how do we do this now then? So this thing needs to be snapped to that, and then we need to do another one. We can actually merge those two together. Then we can do like probably like that. Move that down to the top side there. I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, but you know, don't at me, bro. I'll just figure something out here. So then we can cut away this piece. And then we can cut that, or subdivide that, cut that there, take that away, and what do we do now? Of course this whole wall needs to sort of be split up. I'll do that for the time being. I should really I should update to Blender 4.4 on this machine. It's pretty nice. They have changed this face orientation mode to only show the red side, right? So they don't show the blue side anymore, just the red. And that means that you can keep it on all the time. It's very handy. That's very handy. Right, so how do we want this now to be? Should this catwalk be as wide as that one? I don't know. Probably not, actually. Or, yeah, I truly don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's get rid of those. Merge that there. Can probably get rid of a few more vertices that way. And then we can just bring this up. Like so. And again, get rid of a few more. Oh, did I again? Again, I did not hide that, but I actually deleted it. That's stupid. Oh well. Oh well. There's the vertex. I'll snap it to that one. And then merge by distance. Snap that to that one. Last. I don't need to merge anything, but let's do it anyway. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look right. And why is that? Now let's hide that. Let's not delete it. Yeah, that would be because we have faces here, so that's not good. I basically want to, yeah, do that. Put a face there. And now we can bring back everything. And it should be pretty good, but I better do a 3D print check all. Let's see where I have manifold edges. So we have something funky here in this. Is that like another? Yeah, that's, again, we have a couple of faces here that we don't want. Yeah, maybe that's fine. Let's see, check all. Now we only have manifold edges where we, or non-manifold edges, sorry, where we want and expect to have them. Okay. That's nice. So one thing that we could do still, if we wanted to make this a little fancier, is to add some pillars to these, some supports for these catwalks. That could be an easy way to add some more structural detail here. It's a little funky to try to navigate this while having this roof visible here, so let's just hide this again. Careful not to delete it, but just hide it. And yeah, I think I want to make this a little wider. Now that I look at it. But yeah, like overall, talking about games, people are like complaining that there's not enough good stuff to play. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like there's been a whole lot of games to play lately. Things like Tempest Rising that I've been waiting for essentially for many years. Finally got released. Yeah, this triangle, that face, that's a silly face. Why is that actually even a thing? What are we doing here? This is just bad. But it's still a very silly thing to have, so let's not have it. That's basically what I'm saying here. I'm gonna cut that up, and I'm gonna cut it all the way to there, I think. Now this might have to be triangulated in some funky way still. Well, let's at least make this, try to prevent these like super long, super thin triangles from appearing there. I don't have enough time to get through everything at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the way I feel as well. And of course we just got Oblivion remastered. It's kind of a weird thing. I'm probably not gonna get it. I don't have time for it, quite frankly. It's one of those games that, like, I started playing back in the day. My machine didn't really run it all that well. So it was chugging quite a lot. And for, you know, 20 years now, I've been meaning to get to that game. I just kind of never did. And so now would be the perfect opportunity to do that again. Matt and me just tend to talk about the same games without probably realizing it today. First with Tempest Rising and now Oblivion. Yeah, I heard about that already some time ago. When it was a rumor, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna be not very good. It's honestly what I thought. It appears it is pretty good, but it is also pretty heavy. And my machines aren't necessarily all that powerful. Almost by design, like I actually developed this game on pretty low-end hardware, all things considered, which I consider to be just a good thing from a development standpoint. Yeah. Great mind things alike, or whatever however the saying goes. But it looks fun. It looks fun. I don't think I have the hardware to run it, and I definitely don't have the time to play it. But it looks fun. Like, my most powerful machine has a 3070. It's not this one. My most kind of gaming oriented machine. And it probably would run it on that. But it would probably be a bit of a chug fest. And it might be just as well, because, like I said, I don't have time to play it. But I was very, very hyped with Oblivion back in the day. I did play just a whole lot of Morrowind. It's probably the game that I've played most of any game ever. And so I was very hyped with Oblivion. And it's kind of fitting, I guess, that I didn't have the hardware to run it back in the day, and I'm not sure I have the hardware to run it now, the remastered version. Skyrim I didn't really ever get into. But of course people say it's an excellent game. And it probably is. Should we put in some pillars here? I don't know. Hey man, what's up? Axorus MT. Welcome, welcome. I don't think I've seen you around earlier. They should remaster Morrowind as well. Yeah, they probably should. I think it's probably so old at this point that they would have to basically remake it. I think Oblivion isn't that much newer than Morrowind, right? It's like, what is it, 4 years newer or something? I think Morrowind came out in like 2002, and Oblivion was like 2006 or something. And I mean, I may be off. Maybe it was 2001. But I played Morrowind so much, both the main game and the expansions, that I don't remember which year what came out. But you know, it wasn't that many years between them, 4 or 5 years or something. But the sort of gameplay, game design, and what people consider to be acceptable and all of that kind of evolved a lot during those years. That I think they probably would want to actually just remake Morrowind rather than re-release it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I might want to add some pillars there for that, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, what about this support here? These supports. So this is supposed to be sort of like a cargo crane sort of deal, right? You know, you have some sort of supports like this, and then you have like a I don't know these terms, but like one of these arms here can sort of move along like this. There's 2 here, but there should really only be 1. And then along this arm you have like this other sort of fixture, which then has like the hook and all of that. So maybe I should just like do that and see about getting that modeled. I think we will want to have some more of these scale mannequins here. To make sure we get the scale right. Let's put one there. Actually, I like the fact that we have this truck here. That's kind of nice. Nice and useful for that. And I think we might actually also want to have another of these doors here. Yeah. Morrowind reminds me more of the Might and Magic 6-8 games. More classic dungeon crawler. Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely more of a dungeon crawler than Oblivion. I've never played the Might and Magic. I've played Heroes of Might and Magic, but not the original ones. So I can't say, but I do agree that it looks more like those games did. And it was always more of a more like a text-based game in many ways, right? Like there were many of those encounters that you got a pretty large and long text box explaining what is happening around you, rather than actually seeing it. Faces. Up. Faces. Right, so if we take these, I'm just gonna undo these weird shapes that I did here. Never really kind of worked. If we take this and we move it over here, and then we take this and we move it actually somewhere here. And if we do that, I wonder if this should be straight. is possible it should be straight. At least until this thing ends. Let's move it off to the side a little bit, and then I'm gonna cut this guy. Move it up maybe there. I'm just completely winging this, by the way. Actually, we don't want to do that. We want to extrude it straight up. There we go. And then merge those and those. And then take these two and snap it to that. Yeah, I think that probably looks better. Something like that, and then we can put in a door here somewhere, which I feel like this house should have more of. Maybe around here. Let's actually just take that face completely away, and we'll take one of these doors. We have already rotated correctly here. And so duplicate. And we actually need to get rid of that as well. Let's see if we can just bridge these edge loops. We can. Kind of triangulates them, which is fine, but not necessarily what we want, so let's just undo that for now. It will, of course, eventually get triangulated anyway. Right. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's not actually what we want. Let's get rid of that for the time being. It's actually this inner edge that we want. And we can make a face there, and then we can make a face there. Yeah. That's better. And then we might actually want to have this sort of functionality up here with the crane as a separate object so that we can move it around, but I think I'll probably leave that until later. So what we will do instead is quite simply we will do, let's think about this a little bit. Take that one and that one, and then we'll add a cube, and we will rotate that cube. Actually, we won't rotate that cube at all. We will rotate this whole thing, because BlenderSync is intelligent enough to rotate it back for us than to fit the level. We can just do this. And then we'll scale that probably like that. And maybe like this. Right. I'm just doing this completely from I was about to say from memory, but I don't have a memory of a system like this, so I don't know what I'm doing this from. Just from fantasy. maybe we don't need to do that. We can quite simply do... Whoa, what's that? Go away. Inset this. And scale on X. And extrude and scale on X. Like that. And then I think we'll probably want to have cylinder, rotate that on X. And radius smaller. Let's do location X. Radius even more, down to 0.4 maybe. Something like that, right? So we have sort of like a casing for almost as if there was like a some sort of wheel inside of that. Should probably be something like that. Right. And what we want to do with this then, and I guess with the other one, but we can copy paste it later on. That's probably fine. I'll just do an inset here, and then I'll actually extrude that down. What? All right. So OBS is again complaining that it lost its connection. I hope everything is fine again. Do let me know in the chat if something is wrong, but then again, if you lost connection, then you probably can't even hear me, so let's just assume that everything is fine for now. Right, so we have the first kind of round piece here now with these ones. Want them to be round. Let's just do an auto smooth and hope that takes care of it, which it seems to do. Right, so this piece here now would be sort of moving back and forth on this. All good. Okay, thanks for the report, Nick. This piece would be moving back and forth on these tracks, right? And we have another one there on the other side. And I wonder if we should actually just, while we're at it here now, just do the same thing here with the inset. Something like that. Maybe we can be a bit more careful with that. And then we do extrude along normals. And same thing there. Maybe we don't need to make it quite as deep as the top one. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Now if we want to, we can do, hey, we can do it on both sides actually. I think that might be cool. And then just inset it. Just actually very little. Yeah, I think that might look pretty nice. That might look pretty nice. And then we scale that a little bit. Okay, let's switch music a little bit, and I think we've been listening to the same playlist for quite some time. mean, I guess technically I don't even really need royalty-free music. There's some playlists on YouTube that are like, they might be, you know, music for streaming or something like that, labeled like that, but they're not actually royalty-free. Oh, I forgot the inner edges there. Yeah, they're not actually royalty-free, which means that the video gets claimed when I put it on YouTube, or the stream gets claimed. Which I guess technically doesn't really affect me all that much. None of these videos are monetized. I might be eligible for monetization these days. I haven't checked in a while because I quite frankly don't really care that much. I kind of don't want to make my channel monetized because I kind of consider myself a game developer more than anything. And so it's not necessarily even really an issue for me if they get claimed. But maybe it is still safer to use royalty-free music, at least most of the time. Nope. Scale those in a little bit. I mean, no one cares about this, but at least now these wheels are kind of like, they fit in this track here, right? So it should be good. Of course, I kind of consider this to be like a cover for a wheel, and then the same object here is sort of like the wheel itself. So that's a little strange. Right. What should we do about that? Should we actually... What I can do here is this. Take like up, not that, LL. Separate that out. And then we take those and we separate those out. And we can just get rid of that completely. And then take this guy, add no, Boolean. So that does the cutting. That's not what we want. We want a union, right? And then we apply that. And then we get rid of those. So now we have a neat little thing here. I bet that's fine. And then what we can even do here is we can take like these faces. Faces, please. And faces. And these guys as well. And then we sort of just scale them down a little bit. And then we need to... Alright, actually we probably want to scale them with individual origins, right? Yes, exactly. There we go. I guess that should technically be sort of. Now we have kind of we have the cover and we have the wheel there underneath. And I know I'm not gonna cut anything more. So with that in mind, we can raise this a little bit if we want to. Something like that. And that's good. So now we have one of these. And the other one would then quite simply be on the other side. So if we take, actually, yeah, let's merge that back together. So we have those two, and we can duplicate them. Take like probably that one and snap it into place. Then we can delete the other one. There we go. So now we have two of those guys. Why are those marked as sharp, by the way? They shouldn't need to be sharp. It's probably something that the modifier did for us, but no, well, I don't necessarily care or mind, but it's a little strange maybe. And yeah, you can see actually this doesn't fit the environment now. We probably even have, yeah, we have some boxes through the walls here because we reset the orientation for the building, but not for the surroundings. So essentially we need to take that one angle that we had, which we can find here, and negate the sign, and then we need to rotate it here, like so. Now we have it back to, so now we have sort of like the entire thing rotated, so that this guy is straight. Okay. All right, and then we do some sort of boom or beam, or I don't know what this is called generally. Well, let's call it a boom or a beam. And then this would have sort of like a similar thing going as the sort of main one. And actually, now that I think about it, maybe we want to do a little bit of insetting and intruding is probably, if it's extruding, then it's intruding, right, on these guys as well. So intrude upwards just a little bit, like so. Yeah. And let's make this be slightly thinner, so it's more sort of mimicking the shape of these guys. And then we can do probably this scale Y. No, it's not scaling. We need to set it to median point, and now we can scale them. So onto there maybe, and then we take these central pieces here and we do the insetting and intrusions here as well. A little bit more. We just want to make sure that they don't actually touch each other. Right? Something like that. And I think we want to maybe just maybe bevel those. Yeah. That looks good. Okay. Let's actually bring this over into the game now before we do anything else. And just look at how this actually looks. So it's a pretty large structure. I have a guy here standing on top of this thing, Yeah, I think it works. And then we can do the crane thing there. Have some sort of hook or something. We can even maybe copy paste one of these hooks from these derricks if you want to. That might work. All right. So the stream has been going on for 5 hours in about 10 seconds or so. Out of those 5 hours, I've been actually actively streaming for about 4.5. And so I think we might be looking at maybe 1 more hour or so of this. Of this laid back modeling and level designing. And then I'll take a break and stop talking. But that's probably about as much as I can do in one day, I think. Well, I can do more. I've been thinking actually about doing some like ridiculous 12-hour streams. I haven't done them yet, but that might change. I think actually what we will do once we have this, or maybe we'll do it exactly right now. Actually, now that I think about it. But anyway, I think I want to separate this crane structure from this house for a variety of reasons. Because we might want to add functionality to it. And I think I want it in a different color than this house basically right away now, without having to do any sort of texturing or anything. I just want this in a different object so that I can apply different material on it while still being a Blender Sync object. Like obviously you can have more materials than one object in the engine, but then you have to actually like export it into a normal object and blah blah blah. So save level, go back into Blender. And I'll take all of this. Actually, no, we won't do any of that. We will save a copy onto desktop. And we'll call it Blender Sync Target. That's what I usually do. And then we'll just quite simply delete that. Bye bye. Finish editing. And then we can take we can add another quick mesh. So this is like the building blockout. Right, and then we'll add, I just close that. We'll add here to depot, we will add another quick mesh. Roughly around there. Actually, maybe I'll take the rotation from this object and then I'll move it back here into place. Like so. That's probably good. Then we'll take this guy. Include a bit of surroundings. We don't need that much, but maybe 20. 20 is enough. And then we take we do append, and we append back the stuff from the file that we saved earlier. Object Blender Sync Target. We get the whole thing. We don't want the whole thing, obviously, but we get the whole thing. Separate that guy out. We can delete the rest of this. Bye bye. And now we just merge those, and we do auto smooth, and then we can delete the cube. And we can move this into place wherever it needs to be. And I think this leg here is my guide. This is sort of like establishes where the thing is to be positioned. Something like that. Okay. So smart UV wrap, finish editing, and there we go. Now I can make this maybe like a gray. Let's do like a, yeah, let's do a gray. Yeah, we'll probably have some like bright yellow parts or something, as these things tend to have. But for now, let's have it as a gray thing. Okay, so how do we do the sort of winch then? What should the winch look like? So once again, actually, up is 0, and we can rotate this as well. We need to take the minus away there, then we have it rotated nicely. So now then, if we move cursor to selected, and we do a cube. So it should probably be something like this, like these guys here. Which of course, actually we can start from one of them if we want to. Just take one of those, duplicate it, rotate 90. And then we need to see how well does it actually fit this. Fits it pretty well. I want to say well enough. But then maybe this guy sort of continues downwards a bit, and then sort of wraps around this thing. Vertex. All right, something like that. Actually, I think I want this top here. This is really no need to be here, essentially. But maybe we'll leave it. But we'll make it lower. Like that. Add some sort of, you know, motor case or something for the motors that actually move this guy sort of back and forth like that. But then from this we will have I think probably a couple more of those cylinders. The cylinders almost always rotated incorrectly. We want to rotate it around Y 90 degrees. Maybe we don't want 32, maybe we want 24. Radius is smaller. How do we want to do this now? This is where I start to regret that I don't have a reference for this, but we can figure it out. We can figure it out. No worries. Let's do subdivision, 2 of them. Scale Y, probably around there. Move down, scale Y, insert, and what was it? Intrude. Actually, that's too wide still. Scale this whole thing down. Scale that thing down even more. And intrude. How far can I actually intrude it? Pretty far. Something like that, right? And then I think this thing will actually be offset to one side. So let's put it like there. Or something. And then we'll have this sort of winch motor thingy here on this side instead. How about that? So it's sort of like going into that a little bit, like let's not have that be a thing. If we can. Yeah, maybe I don't want that to be actually cylindrical at all. Let's try something like this instead. I think this might be nicer. Something like that, right? Does that look okay? I think it probably does. Yep. That'll work. That'll work. And then I think this whole underside could actually probably be moved up a little bit. Not a lot. Maybe that's good. And then the question is, do we want to bevel these things ever so slightly? We probably do. Right. Yep. I think that's a crane. My sources tell me that's a crane. And since my sources tell me it's a crane, I'm gonna name this crane. And then if we want to, we can add a hook. Derrick hook. Let's it's a little large. Yeah, it's a little large, but maybe it can work. At least for the time being. I think this thing even has collisions actually. Something like that, right? And then, you know, this thing is elongated in this direction, so we can have two cables go through there if we want to. If we really want to, we can make that a thing. I don't know, this is a little oversized. Can of course probably just scale it down. Should even work with the... Should even work in the... with the collisions. You need vertex snap in your editor. I don't know. I very rarely need vertex snap in my experience. Like in Blender I use it all the time, but I don't really need it in the editor, I think. You can of course you can like snap rotations like this. Just set it to like, you know, 23.9 for example. You can snap rotations, and you can snap movements to pi world units if you want to, that sort of stuff. But I don't really typically need to do vertex snapping. I'm sure it could be useful now and then. Right, okay. Let's nest that under that. Should we do I want to go through the hassle of adding those cables there? Maybe I do. Let's do it. It's not that big of a deal. So we need two wires, of course. Mast wire, yes, we can get that material from there. So we will do like this, and we'll add some waypoints that are used for just like all kinds of things in this tech. It is rotating according to the hit geometry now currently, because that is useful for placing things on the ground, but not super useful for this other stuff. It can help you center things. I don't know. I mean, for vertex snapping to be really useful, in my opinion, again, you're probably more knowledgeable than me with these things, but in my opinion, for vertex snapping to be really useful, you need to basically be able to snap to the active vertex. And there's just all sorts of really complicated things that go into doing that. right? We want this to be from point to point, and I think this should be from point 1 to 3. And then another one from 2 to 4. Pretty sure that is how it is supposed to be. Okay, they kind of cross each other. That's stupid. That's stupid, but we can fix it. So we'll take that guy and move it there. Then we take that guy and move it there. There we go. Hey, cables and stuff. Yeah, the cables don't have any ends, as you can see. Kind of just endless. So what we can do for that is just move these things a little further into that hook there. Yeah, the wire renderer wasn't originally like really supposed to be used for this sort of thing, but it's kind of useful for it as well, I guess. Yeah, so like vertex snapping, first of all, is not trivial to implement if you want it to be performant. You can make a naive vertex interpolator quite easily. You just you know, iterate over all the points in your object and snap to the closest one. But then you would need to somehow be able to select the active vertex, and that would imply basically like a completely new selection mode, where you go into the mesh that you currently have selected, and you somehow get to see all the vertices in that. Let's see, pivot of selected object to another vertex. You can access constraint. It's just a suggestion, future editor. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't think I really need it. There are some other there's some other transform things that I should probably add here. Like for example, I don't have a way to input Euler angles anywhere. So you can set the scale, the position of an object. You can set the scale of it. But you can't actually set the rotation anywhere using Euler angles. So if you want to rotate something exactly, 15 degrees around the y-axis and 10 around the x, you need to do this. You need to reset the orientation. Then you need to do 15 and rotate it around y. 15, that's 15, and then you need to go here and go 10, and then rotate 10. And now it's like, So I think that is something that should come before some other things. To be honest, I don't really need that either. That's why it's not there yet. Well, you can copy and paste transforms and take one, as we've done multiple times today actually. You can take a transform of one object and apply it to another and things like that. So you can do almost everything, but some of the things are just a little clunky. I should be able to pull that down a little bit. and the cables will follow. So yeah, I think that looks like a crane. That looks like a crane. Let's not do that. Let's see. Is the collision getting scaled? Just making sure. I think the way we can do that, let's get rid of that guy. We get one of those flying scouts here. And then we do, yeah, it does work. It does work correctly. That hook is like a static object now. It will not move, no matter how much you fly into it. Yeah, you can just copy, transfer to center things. Yeah, you can. Of course, that depends on where the center is, right? So this object's center is actually here now, because it was, if you remember when we added this thing, there was like a box around here. So if we take this guy, actually we take the crane object itself, and we copy its transform, and then we take that guy and we apply it, it like jumps there, because that's where this whole object's transform is, in the center of the object there. So it's not always what you intend, right? But of course you can change the center to be like here if you want to in Blender. That's completely possible. But okay, this is already starting to look like much more like an actual warehouse thingy that I was thinking about. So that's neat. The backside is of course very, very boring. Maybe it should even have some doors or something here. I don't know. I was thinking earlier that we might want to have some more of these basalt pillars here. Let me just quickly look at my to-do list. Right, we have trees, we have rocks, we have mast wires. Right, there's supposed to be a sort of a gate or a boom barrier or something here in this tunnel. I don't know, probably on this side. I think I'm gonna put like some sort of boom barrier or something here on this side. Or a gate, I don't know, something. I might not want to do that today. We'll see. Then we have the depot tweaks. Well, we tweaked this guy quite a lot, so that's kind of considered done. More sheds. I added a single shed here. So we have that thing. And then quarry more pillars. That is exactly what I was thinking about. So this quarry here is kind of a work in progress still. You can see actually all of these quarry pillars here that actually, I don't know, they're just the same object copied over and over. They're completely straight. That's not what they should eventually be. They should be a little crooked, like those pillars tend to be in real life. And I've actually done it with some of these pillars that you can actually like place here. I was thinking we probably want to have more of those lying around here. And we had some weird little mound here. I'm gonna take away. And so like the lore here is that these guys are sort of harvesting these things and kind of shipping them off. That's why there's a monorail that kind of comes here. I don't exactly know how that would work in real life, right? That's an annoying thing. That kind of tends to flicker a little bit. And what we can do about that is quite simply just to add one more pillar there. Why not? So you can see all of these sort of buried pillars are the same object. Oh, we don't actually, yeah, that thing is just incorrectly placed. It should not be there. It should be there. There we go. Yeah, you can see here that this is not actually following the. There would be like a half pillar here. So I've just made a mistake, and that shadow there kind of makes it. Oh, not that. That shadow there sort of like brought it to my attention. So that's that. But yeah, I don't know exactly how this thing would actually look, or if it indeed makes any sense to harvest this in real life, but in the lore of this game it does. But it might make sense to actually have this terrain sort of fall off here. Like I'm assuming if I was to harvest this, like mine these things in real life, I would sort of dig away the dirt before I try to get these pillars to, you know, come off or whatever. So maybe it would make sense to have. The problem with this, of course, and I think the reason why I haven't done it yet, is that this is now like a pit that the player can fall into, and it can be kind of annoying to get out of. Is this using a GPU instantiated pillar object from the Quarry? No, this is just one mesh currently. All of these guys. All of this is just one mesh. So nothing is instantiated. These guys are instantiated. I'm pretty sure some of these are, like this is pillar 2, that's pillar 1, pillar 3, pillar 1. These guys are instantiated, hardware instantiated. Can look cool if you add water. Water surface. Burp. Oh. Where's my water surface now? Where did it go? Where did I add it? There it is. Let's do under shader flat probably. Yep, now we have water. Variant. Maybe the flat one. Yeah, I know what you meant. I just play around here with how this looks. Something like this. Yeah. The problem is my water is not really reactive to things. Like it ripples and it reflects things. That guy is just like, oh no, I'm standing in water. What happened? It ripples and it reflects things, but it's not really reactive in any other way. So, It would be cool if I had some water here. Then you could drive around it, and it would sort of slosh around a little bit. For sure, that would be cool. Let's see, wave scale. I need to be smaller. Wave size. Wave size needs to be larger. These should really be sliders, so you could prototype more easily. Wave animation speed. Yeah, there we go. That should be lower. Not that low though. Wave strength. What does that do? Okay. Yeah, it looks very clean. Probably shouldn't be that clean. Reflection strength 2. Now it almost looks like. Now it almost looks like Quicksilver or something. I'm trying to find like a setting here that I can't remember where it is. But yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea to have water in this. My water system just needs a bit more work if that is to happen. But yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. Actually, it's probably crooked now, right? Yes, now it's straight. And then if you go underneath the water, it just disappears. There's no underwater rendering, because this thing is originally made for it's rendering like a big sort of ocean sort of thing. Oh no, oh shit. Oh, directly into the pit. That didn't work out. Let's do another one. Yeah, so if you put the camera down under it, it looks really bad. Unfortunately. Reflections do look nice though. Oh yeah, those flames don't actually show up in the reflections because they're using the, I think only the opaque pass stuff is visible in the water. You can use the grass system to add viscous oil puddles. Is that water? Yeah. Yeah, technically that would be possible to do, for sure. probably need to add like that that snow material, and like really try out that idea. I've had that idea basically ever since I added the grass. I've had that idea that, hey, this could be used to make snow, and I probably just need to test that out. Smooth landing. Yeah, this way you can get a lot of speed, but you need a bit more, space there to actually stay flying. Yeah, then we have this area here, which is perhaps where I will spend a little time today still. Feel I'm getting a little fried in the head from doing all of the stuff, but we've gotten some pretty good things done today, so it's been a good stream. It's been a pretty good stream, but yeah, I think the water will have to be put on the figuring things out list. But it's a cool thing, cool idea to have water in this. It's not really anything I even considered. Yeah, let's take this pit out as well, and I will add just a few more of these pillars, I think, in this. As for, you asked about the my brain is fried today. The GPU instancing. My plan is to still have this as one mesh. Probably chop it off. Like now, if you select this guy, you can see that it reaches all the way over here because we have a few of these pillars here as well. You can see them really well here underground. So they're all really long and tall. So these will probably be a different mesh. But yeah, the plan is still to have these as a single mesh. There's really no instancing necessary for these guys, as opposed to something like trees that are all instanced. But I will need to get rid of a lot of the sort of duplicate geometry to try to simplify, you know, what is actually visible and all of that. That is definitely something that needs to happen. Let's do like pillar props. Throw these pillars into it. Where's that? That is that's there, the different. So it has these kind of fixtures. So that's a special object that has those, so that the derrick can lift it. But here in the pillar props, we're gonna place a few more of these, just kind of lying around here. Like this, why not? I wonder if you can drive on those. I probably need to make sure you can, otherwise it's going to be super annoying if you get stuck on them. Alright, something like that maybe. drive on these guys. That's good. Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet quickly. 5-minute break, and then I'll do a little bit more. We'll do probably like at least like a half an hour more. See where that takes us. Maybe that's enough for today. But I'll be right back. Okay, small change. It's gonna be probably like a 10-minute break. I'm gonna put up a visual here, and I will be back in a little bit. Alright everyone, we are back. Sorry about that, had to take care of some business. So, let's turn our attention to this area for a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna drive through this place. So I already put in some trees there. Of course, all of these trees are kind of tentative. Not even sure we're gonna have these kinds of trees in this area, but we'll see. So this doesn't, doesn't feel particularly unfinished, but there's a little bit of something missing, maybe. Doesn't kind of give us the oomph necessarily. Not that it necessarily needs to do that, it's just sort of like a transitional place, but still. Let's see if we can do something about this. It's kind of interesting to see that we can actually see that mast there in the particle system there between the trees. There's sight lines from all the way over here. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna start by sculpting this terrain a little bit here. It has this sort of strange wavy thing going on here. Doesn't really feel like it belongs next to these cliffs. And here's actually, yeah, this thing is completely buried underground, this base here. Rookie mistakes. And like, should the terrain actually dip down here like this? Now it's kind of like dipping down, but also sort of rising up here. That's a little weird. I'm not actually opposed to having this whole thing sort of dipping down and then just rising up at the edges of it. That might be an interesting thing. But then we need to actually dig quite a lot. Like if you have these pillars that are sort of, formed from some ancient lava stream or something, and like a lot of them have just sort of come off, but you have some of them here. I kind of feel like it makes sense that the earth rises up towards them a little bit, so this can be a little bit of a sort of a mound here around them. Then we can have like the rest of this place like a bit lower. That's completely fine. like a whole art to be able to shape height map terrain in a natural way. It's like a whole art to it. It's probably more more art than science. And I don't know that I'm all that good at it still. But I think I'm getting better. NVIDIA Flex Liquid Physics. Yeah, look at some Flex Liquid. Particle-based simulation, blah blah blah. Yeah. Drag this here. Yeah, I looked at some of this stuff previously, and it's pretty cool. DX12, DX11. Right. Yeah, Flex, as far as I know, is sort of deprecated. Or it was deprecated when Physics 5 came along. There's also trying to remember the name of these different technologies. GitHub Physics 4. This is the old one. And this also had... what was it called? Or was it actually even 3? Maybe it was 3 actually. Was it Apex or something like that? That was also allowed to... Yeah, Physics 3.4 is here. Yeah, Apex. It has been deprecated. So maybe Flex hasn't actually been deprecated. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. But this had like the similar sort of thing. Yeah, okay, so Particles is now Flex. Okay, cool. And clothing is NV Cloth. And destruction is Blast. Alright. Interesting. I don't think many of these haven't been updated in very long though. Like this has been updated last year, but the release 1.1 release is 2017. Wow, that's long ago. And 1.1.6 was like 2019, so it's already 6 years ago. And I think that the Flex one is, yeah, that's updated 4 years ago. Actually quite some time ago. They've changed some license here. One-way commercial. So yeah, they have all kinds of things like this. Some of it might be pretty useful for certain things, I'm sure. Programmer's manual included in this release packet. Doc. Index. Yeah, you can't read it from here. Yeah, it would have to be integrated somehow in such a way that like the tech doesn't depend on it. and you could use it for just one game. That might be completely possible to use something like that for some of the water stuff, I'm sure. NVIDIA had some sort of ocean rendering thing previously. I don't remember if it was Flex or if it was something else. I think it was somehow related to like Sea of Thieves or something. I might just be completely misremembering these things. Anyway, I looked at that at some point just for funsies, and it looked to be very much tied into like a deferred renderer thing to an extent where like it seemed like you would have to basically rewrite the renderer completely if you didn't use a G buffer. And I don't use a G buffer. I don't do deferred. So I mean, I wasn't seriously trying to integrate that thing, but I was just like, oh, okay, so I would have to basically just completely write my own renderer for that. Of course, the simulation stuff could still be kind of neat to have, but it's not always that easy to just take one of these cool things and drop it into an engine and then off you go. And I'm sure the same thing is true even if you were using something like Unity or Unreal, like a package that is released, let's say 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Good luck trying to run that with like a recent Unity release. Waveworks, yeah, it might have been Waveworks. Might have been Waveworks. Yeah, this is a little strange. Here's sort of like a small kind of balcony up here with the terrain. Not exactly sure what I was thinking when I made it this way, but it looks a little weird. So maybe we should do something about that. Let's save this before we start messing with it. Yeah, that's not really what I wanted. Let's take another one of those carvers and use it to shape this thing. But yeah, thanks for the tips. I always welcome tips. There's so much that I don't know. I haven't come across that. I'm always grateful for tips. Even if I happen to have seen something, I'm grateful for tips. But yeah, sometimes it's not always quite as easy to use something as it might seem. Something like that, maybe. Let's get rid of that now. Thank you for your service. I don't know exactly how. I think that looks pretty alright. And then it kind of rises up there. I think we actually need this a little more. Let's bring it up there and extrude it all the way up there. Yeah, that looks better. So now we can get rid of that. Yeah, NVIDIA does a lot of or NVIDIA has done, probably still is doing, but especially has done a lot of really cool libraries over the years. Some of them are kind of tied to NVIDIA things that you're like, I don't know about Flex. Maybe Flex works quite nicely with DirectX. But some of them are kind of supposed to be used with CUDA and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I use HBAO for this game, and I use NVRHIO as of a few months ago, or whatever it was. So I do use quite a few of them, and I've looked at some others. I looked at NV Cloth at some point, didn't actually end up using it. In fact, I've used Bullet for cloth things. Not currently use it for this game, but another game that I use uses Bullet just for cloth. It's kind of handy to use for that because it's such a simple library to use overall. So while I'm using physics for physics, I'm just using Bullet for the cloth part. So now we can see that, like, yeah, we are a bit lower here in the middle of this area, but then we sort of start rising towards those cliffs, and we rise towards the cliffs kind of all the way around here. I think this is more coherent somehow than the weird sort of rising and falling that we did previously. Just looked kind of strange. Exactly know what I'm going for here. Maybe there could be a slight kind of undoing a little bit of what I've done previously, but sometimes you need to try these things. What if there's like a slight ridge between these pillars and these cliffs here? Then it kind of falls down on that side. Almost as if those pillars are sort of holding the ground in place. And again, this is one of those things where like someone can go like, oh well, that's terrain, all right, but sometimes trying to sort of think about how these things would be held in place just lets you design terrain that looks, you know, a little more believable. Quite simply nice looking. Is another way to put it. At least that's my belief. It looks pretty cool here, but I think we need basically one more of those, or at least one more of those pillars. It almost forms like some sort of wall here, and I don't want that. I want this to look like something like that. That kind of breaks up the silhouette a little bit. Let's add one more. Put it there. Make it even. Should be slightly higher, maybe even like that. You use a more reflective, smooth material. Yeah, that might be a good tip, but my terrain material system is kind of limited. It's not actually using the normal material system. It's actually sort of like one of maybe two things that don't use it still. The terrain system was kind of like the first sort of decent material system that this engine got. I say sort of decent because it, for example, does not allow me to change the reflectivity, so it's not really decent, it's sort of decent. It does, however, do a lot of things that the normal material system doesn't do, such as allowing you to paint directly on the terrain. Things that I probably could, you know, add to the normal material system, or have the terrain system use the normal material system while still allowing it to be painted on. But for the moment, it doesn't. Quite simply doesn't do that. So reflectivity is not really a thing with the terrain. I don't think, like on the other hand, I don't think reflectivity necessarily works all that well with showing off the shapes. I mean, sure, you can add like all kinds of funky Fresnel effects and whatnot related to reflectivity, and that might help you visualize it, but I don't think it necessarily shows it off any better than just like a simple checkerboard texture. That's why I have this checkerboard texture here now as the sort of base material for this white box face, right? We can try demo with Blender Matcap. Well, yeah, because I can of course bring the whole thing over into Blender quite easily with Blender Sync and have Blender render it in whatever way we want, but you know, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Overall, I'm kind of happy with the terrain system as it is. There's certain things that I would like to have. I would like to have a better way to match. Well, yes, okay. I would like to have the terrain system use the standard materials, no doubt. That is absolutely true. But I think perhaps more immediately, I would like to have a way to kind of match the terrain up to a mesh when you're doing things like matching the terrain here with this cliff, this sort of thing. It's kind of tricky to get right. There's a lot of manual work involved with that to make it look like they're sort of, well, first of all, sort of flowing into each other, or kind of on top of each other, if that is what you're going for, or specifically if you want them to look like they are kind of the same. Like the grass system is and can be very handy when you want to do that, but it's not always perfect. It can be kind of tricky to get to look nice. And then there's just like a lot of sort of like editor things like that. Like it would be nice to be able to move the terrain occasionally. We have like one terrain object here. Let's turn off the fog for a bit. We have one terrain object here. We can see that this object is sort of like a you know, in the shape of a square like this. And that's kind of because, you know, the terrain is a square. It doesn't have to be a square, but that's how I made it. Sometimes it can be very useful if you're like, okay, you know, terrain ends here. You can create more terrains. You can have several terrains. That's not a problem. I don't have more than one in this level, but I have 3 in the other level. But it can be very handy to be able to like copy a piece of the terrain, say like that part over there, and then just like move it somewhere else. And you can't do that currently, unless you go and like sort of copy the pixels from the height map to somewhere like GIMP or whatever. You can actually import a height map currently, but you can't export a height map. That's something that I think I have the functionality there. I just, for some reason, it's hidden here from the UI or something. I don't remember. And then of course you can do whatever you want if you just edit it in like another editor. Alrighty then. Yeah, I think this will start to come together when we get the cliffs sort of modeled and all of that. This thing looks a little strange. We have this piece here in this corner piece here. I wonder if that should be sort of cut off. That would look better. Like we have this guy here. Let's see, that guy. Would it be better if this guy was actually cut off like this? And we need to change the material there as well. Might look better, I guess. Don't know exactly. Yeah, the terrain is a little annoying there. Let's see what we can make happen. Like that. And then hide all of that, and we just bring this. We have some unnecessary. We have a lot of unnecessary faces here. Let's just get rid of these faces. Yeah, some of these cliffs are sort of, they're kind of semi-sensibly modeled in terms of topography and all of that, and some of them are just absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. Just because they're sort of just put together in a very organic way. I haven't really bothered with anything sensible yet. Maybe we can merge those. Maybe we can even merge that. That does look a little strange, but I still think it looks better than what we had previously. looks sort of a little bit dramatic somehow. Here's something that we can maybe tweak a little bit. Let's bring that up just slightly, like that. Smart UV project and bring it back into the editor, and now we can just tweak this. This terrain here a little. How's this terrain actually flowing here? Yeah, sort of the problem with height maps, that you want some of it to be very far down below something, and then some other pieces right next to them to be very high up. I would actually need some sort of vector field for that, and not a height field. But in this case it seems to be working pretty well. This place is a little messy, but I think it will work. Let's maybe take that away. Just completely delete it. Does it maybe hide something annoying? I don't know. We need to either take it away or make it more pronounced. Let's make it more pronounced instead. And that's that. Yeah, I think this will work. Especially when we get some nice textures and stuff. It will definitely work. And these cliffs get the signature edge highlights applied, which is probably like my biggest kind of success with this whole art style, I think. It's the edge highlight thing. It just makes a lot of things pop. Things that didn't previously pop. And it's almost completely missing here. You can see it like on this thing. That has the edge highlight, and this thing has the edge highlight. And the cars. But that's it. Oh, some of the rocks. No, this thing has edge highlights as well. Yeah. All right. Let's play this a little bit. Yeah, this color thing here is interesting. I need to like properly start thinking about the colors. I can't postpone it much further. I think the same thing happened in the previous level, that I tried to come up with some colors on stream and I kind of like didn't really work, and then I did it on off stream and it just immediately was a lot better. So I'm kind of assuming it's going to be the same thing here, at least hoping. Yeah, I think this works better. Works better than what we had. That was a weird. There was like no rhyme or reason to the terrain there previously. It's a little better now. Maybe not good enough, but a little better. Here's a little bit of weirdness still. Yeah, better. So you really kind of want the road to be sort of pushed into the earth, almost. That tends to give it a pretty good sort of road feeling. I haven't really done that yet. Instead what I've done is I've lifted up these sides here, and I think we still might want to actually just push the actual road geometry down. I have like a special mode here in the tool that allows me to do that kind of nicely. It's a little wonky, but kind of nicely. And then do that for essentially for all the roads. So you can do this if you set the fall off to just 100%. That would probably be, yeah, I think it's radius 6 for this road. And then you do one update per vertex, and then you need to set this to basically what you want it to be. We can do even more, probably 25 maybe. And this allows you to do this. You can just like simply drag this along the road. But we can see here that when we actually like lift, there's a little bit of funkiness that comes from doing this, but you can do it multiple times and just like dig deeper into the ground like this. And this can be kind of handy to just push the geometry into the ground, but it needs to be done with care. Where did I start doing it then? About there. And yeah, it's a little fiddly, but it can result in some pretty nice, give you some pretty nice results if you spend the time doing that. And this should probably be, oh, that's not the correct material actually. Gravel. This should probably just be sort of a wider area of gravel here. Basically, essentially all of this should be gravel, but I haven't exactly figured out what the bottom of this should look like yet. But that's probably closer to the truth than what we had previously. And then of course we need to put in like trees and rocks and stuff here, and also this terrain here is not necessarily all that nice. So something I wanted to do here still though before we move on to that place. I'll probably call it a night soon. Been doing this for quite some time. But maybe we can do a little bit more. I'm getting some good work done here, and it's stuff that I can, as I said previously, stuff that I can do on stream quite easily. So let's just take a quick fly through here and look at things from different perspectives. Something a little wobbly and strange. Maybe there should be something here, but I don't exactly know what currently, so I don't think I'm gonna do anything. Let's see. In Blender you can use data transfer with face corner data, custom normal to make transitions between edges. Oh, we're talking about like the transitions between the terrain and the meshes. The problem is that I would need to do that really in the level editor, not in Blender. Like I don't want to necessarily. I want to make the mesh so that it is possible for a height map to face it, right, or to align itself with the mesh. There are certain things that you can't do. You can do overhangs, for example, with the height map, obviously. But if I have a mesh that it is, you know, reasonably possible. Reasonably possible is a weird word, but if I have a mesh that it is possible to align itself with, I would like to have like a brush like this that I can just go in and sort of paint along the edges of this terrain, and it would sort of raycast against this thing here and align itself. Like it is essentially exactly what the terrain carver does, right? If we have a terrain carver, you just make this a sphere, and you can like make it like 3, and then you can, you know, extrude, and then what it will do is it will try to figure out how to raise the terrain to that level so that it matches this mesh. And essentially what I would like to have here is just a brush. It's sort of like a terrain carver in brush form, where I can just brush around along this edge, and it kind of raycasts against the mesh and tries to align the terrain that way. That's sort of what I would like to have. So I think I have all of the tricky code done already. You know, the raycasting and all of that is already done because it's used for the terrain carver. So just turn that into a brush mode, and then I'm off to the races. That's basically what I want. This is strange. Why does this stop here? This shouldn't stop. Is that a good idea? That's probably a better idea than we had previously. So let's have it. And maybe this guy, that guy, needs to be actually angled a bit differently. I don't exactly know. It's clearly something that I've taken from somewhere else, because there's so much wrong with this. Like that, there's a thing that's in the air. Let's bring that down. Yeah, I need to do probably like a remeshing, quite simply, of these things when I texture them, to get rid of the internal, you know, faces and all of that. Oh, here's an idea. What if I do that? Yeah, that might be interesting. Yeah, sure, why not? This is the thing, though. I would not be doing these tweaks and fixes if I didn't have Blender Sync. It's just how it is. This is the power of Blender Sync. Just fly around and go like, that doesn't look good, I'm gonna fix it, and then 5 seconds later you have it fixed and you can go on to the next thing. That is why Blender Sync is such an amazing thing. Which is why I made not 1 but 4 videos about that, if you count all the different versions. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably good. So I don't think I have like a whole lot of energy to do things here still, but I can do a few things. So I do know that I want trees here near this rock here, and I also know that I looked at this previously, and like here's a nice sort of copying of this terrain like this, but then it just goes off into a completely flat terrain here towards the end of this little glade, and we don't want that. We can't have that, so we're gonna have to do quite a bit of sculpting here, I think. And that's a bit too much strength. So we quite simply need like this, this center here to be lower than the sides. And this is like the first, not necessarily the first, but one of the first places I made in this whole level. Maybe a couple or 3 weeks ago or something. I haven't really looked at this since. And let's get the base shape kind of how we want it first, and then we can start adding like weird small mounds and pits into this later if we want to, ridges and all of that. This is also strange that it rises here towards the right, but then it sort of stops rising and like fades into an almost flat piece here towards the cliff. That's not nice. It just looks weird and unnatural. Yeah. How about this then? Need to tone it down a little bit. Yeah, same thing here. We have this sort of like the angle here is, or the arc here is just very strange. I don't think that is how it would ever look. It's like an upside down U letter U, when you need it to be almost like a normal letter U. Or another way to say it is that it's an exponential, or it's a logarithmic curve when it should be an exponential curve. It should sort of start low and then rise like this, not like rise first and then flatten out towards the top. I think. I'm not sure, but I think that's how it should be. These places. Yeah, this thing is this part of the level is I feel quite good. I can probably do with a little bit of angle tweaking here as well. This is actually kind of like there's not a whole lot going on here on this. This is where the level starts actually. And I think I actually don't necessarily want to be super weird here at the beginning of the level. This. Yeah, I do wonder if this terrain rises a little too much here though. Not necessarily, but maybe. If it rises this much, we should probably put some trees and stuff here, at least. Where is my scale dudes? For scale, put in a scale dude right there. Reset orientation. It's a pretty high slope. Oh, there's a little bit of rock that we need to make reach a bit further down. But again, thanks to the power of Blender Sync, I'm just gonna quite simply do it. And there we go. All kinds of shadow funkiness going on this guy. See if we can make some of these at least a little bit more planar. Like that's clearly not a planar surface. You can see it from a mile away. So make planar. That might already be enough to. Yeah, but you can see that it triangulates it very strangely. And so maybe what we'll do here is actually just merge some of these together like that. Yeah, it's still not a planar surface. Of course, it might be because of what I just did, but let's run a few more iterations on it here. Oh, just it kind of wonks it out quite a bit, but it's not necessarily a problem. It's not necessarily a problem. Now the top of this is probably not planar though. If that is a problem. That is gonna be strange though. Probably need to cut it into two pieces there so that we have like an honest to God dip here in the surface. Yeah. Triangulate it by hand to make sure the Blender doesn't come up with some super funky triangulations that are gonna give us issues. Okay, and here we have a plane that is almost exactly sort of perpendicular to the rays, to the sunlight rays. There's the sun. And That thing is just never gonna look good as long as the sun is where it is. That's not good. What do we do about that then? We can do that. Now it looks better. Something like that. Okay, so now if... Oh, actually, let's do one thing here. I'm gonna make that free cam. Let's call it depot free cam. We just make it so that it's not auto loaded, and that means that we get to be this guy here in the beginning. We don't need to mess around with anything. So now when we're driving here, does this terrain here now look and feel nicer? I think it kind of does. Kind of does feel nicer. This now feels like a more natural sort of way to drive, and we can add things to the sides without that much worry. The dip here though is it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy, this dip. Let's do a terrain carver, and we can do maybe a cylinder 20. Yep, and just maybe bring this up. Okay, it's actually yeah. This might be good. This might be good. Let's extrude that there. To get rid of a little bit of the steepness there of that, and then smooth out the sides. Yeah, we might have to, like, I don't know, add a little bit of an edge here to this road, like a little bit of a sand, some sort of wall there. Again, just sort of like thinking a little bit about like how would this road have been made? How would they have evened out this terrain here to actually make it so that this road here is pretty even. Even though the terrain sort of goes downwards here. That's how I'm thinking about it. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna make this just slightly more flat here, I think. And when you're making a driving game, it's actually super important that the roads feel super nice. So it's just like a whole lot of basically just driving along the roads and seeing if you could find places that like you tend to get stuck on, or you tend to get airtime even though you don't want to, or whatever. This road is pretty good. It's not perfect. It's pretty good. You can't quite drive it from start to finish, you know, holding the gas. Currently continuously pressed. If you do that, you're most likely going to go off-road, but you can almost do that, so that's kind of nice. It's a very, very red building currently. Oh, there's something strange. What's that? Here. Like I want to make places flat where it's not sort of obvious that it is. Not everything should be flat, obviously, but it should be bumpy because there's like rocks or whatever there. So if there's a place that looks and feels bumpy, even though there's no obvious reason, then it's probably just something that I missed. What did I see here that bugged me? It was this thing. This thing here's a weird looking thing here in the ground. Yeah, when you do enough of these kinds of days, when you're just like you're just sort of grinding away at a level, fixing small things, and then sometimes doing larger tweaks, and then fixing small things again, and then doing medium-sized tweaks, then replacing an area, and then adding some new meshes somewhere. Then all of a sudden you have a level. It looks kind of nice and feels kind of nice to play. But it's so much work. Sometimes boggles the mind. The mind is thoroughly boggled. Yeah, I have a little bit of the same sort of deal here. How do we? Well, kind of do, don't we? I should probably actually just do more of these kinds of streams, because I just get a lot of work done. I don't know if this is format interesting, where I just look at things and right there and then decide what to do. Is that like enjoyable to watch? I don't know, but I do get work done. That's nice. You're absolutely free to give me feedback on what you would like to see in these streams. Doesn't necessarily mean that I will do it, of course. It kind of all depends on what I need to do for the game to progress, but still, you're absolutely welcome to give feedback. Yeah, this is a little too high. Overall, I think. There's a little bit of terrain poking through the cliffs. I like the company. I work myself watching more, so listening to you. Yeah, sure, absolutely. I've said in the past that regardless how you consume this stuff, I'm happy to, you know, provide you with maybe a little bit of entertainment or be informative in some cases. I know other people have been doing the same thing, just listening to me mumble and rumble while doing this. I kind of feel like, you know, I don't do any face cams or anything like that. Like I don't necessarily have anything against doing that, but it kind of like I don't think people would necessarily benefit from watching me sit here looking at the screen. There are not enough of streamers doing that sort of stuff already. But because I don't do that, I kind of feel like I probably have to like talk a little more, and sort of, you know, explain what I'm doing, especially since people can't see my face. And because of that, because of me talking quite a lot when I do this stuff, I can see how it could work quite well if you're doing work yourself, if you just want to listen to someone. Let's see, I have an idea. I don't know how it can be done, but some games use a slope-based heat map to check if the terrain can be traversed by the player. Yeah, it's not really a heat map if it's slope-based, right? A heat map is more like, or maybe I'm wrong. But in my mind, a heat map is more like you collect a set of points, and then you sort of detect how often those points appear in some area, and based on that, you sort of color the area. Oh, look at this! Again, one of these blender triangulations that you're not necessarily always all that happy with. It has triangulated like these three into like a very thin thing. So let's go and make that something that's not as thin of a thing. One edge there should fix it up. Now we can watch the change here happen in real time. Boom. You can actually see, probably due to how the ambient occlusion works, you can kind of faintly see this. Yeah, it's the AO showing up. It's much better that way. The lack of face cam is so you can do a hype face cam reveal in 5 years. Yes, I'm sure everyone is waiting for that. I think they meant thermal imaging. Color the terrain so then the editor can see what the terrain height is. Yeah, I mean that's a height map, right? That is literally a height map. Right? Isn't that what we're talking about here? Oh, I have the fog turned off still. Just haven't noticed because I've looked at things that have been so close. Oh yeah, a height map is literally a map that contains where the color matches the height. Yeah, I should make it so that you can export the height map out of this thing. If I remember correctly, I have the code there already. I just took it away for some reason from the UI. I don't remember. Okay, I'm getting tired here. I've been doing this for like, well, the stream has been going for over 7 hours. Not really been working for all of that time, of course, but still. Let's do a fun little experiment here. Let's look at the height map in RenderDoc. I need to shut this down, and then I need to start it again, and then I need to go into startup settings and go wait for debugger. I think that should be it. And if we do that, then the game will show us a message box here, and then we can inject it into the process. So it's probably actually that thing, I think. If we go here, oh, we have the game running still. It's probably been running since this morning. Yeah, right. So it was actually not the correct one. It was the wrong one. Let's do this again. Wait for debugger. Open. Yeah, we attached to that game, which I then shut down subsequently. So it was stupid of me. Refresh. There we go. And now, right. So now we have RenderDoc attached. So if I just do a capture here, it's gonna be interesting to see. Okay, where's the terrain? Main opaque pass. It's rendering these thumbnails. That's not what we want. We want that main opaque pass. Right, so we can see all the trees appearing. Blah 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 blah. And all of the cliffs. There we go. Here's the terrain. Right, so this is going to be interesting. Here we have the here's the blend map that we painted. This is the area. You know, it maps to this area here. That's the area, and here you can see the road. Terrain height map is here though. I wonder what format this is. This is like an R16 format. So do we need to somehow map this to, yeah, here we go. Okay, here we go. Actually, we can probably, yeah, we can map it like this. We can map it like this, right? Right, so here we see some of the sort of those are probably like terrain carvers that I've used. We'll have a look here underground. You can probably see some of those things here. Yep, here we have some funky looking, janky looking terrain. It would be these things. But yeah, it would be handy to get this thing out of the editor. You could then drop it into like Blender or whatever. That would be very handy. And there's the tunnel, and here's the quarry, and so on. That's fun. What I'm trying to say is there's a visual representation, like a color that, and if it starts to turn red, you know that could start to get harder for vehicles driving. Yeah. It's not quite as simple as having a slope though. If you're making a character based game, then you can have it be dependent essentially solely on the angle if you want to. With a car game, it's more tricky because there are more parameters actually affecting that stuff. So, you know, let's say you have this rock here, and that has actually an overhang probably. Right? Like this, like the angle there is actually negative. Well, you can probably still drive up onto this thing, yeah. It kind of snaps up there because it's like raycast based. But, and you can see that actually even intersects because this vehicle is using these single raycasts to do a lot of the heavy lifting. And you actually want that to be the case, so that if you drive very sort of quickly over something like that, you don't want the vehicle to do like a forward somersault and flip off the cliff. You just want it to kind of go like, yep, that's fine. It's just gonna run over the thing. And actually with the mother vehicle, you can currently, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to change, I'm gonna switch the mother vehicle to use sphere casts rather than ray casts. But if we use this vehicle can actually get up even taller cliffs without really breaking a sweat. We need a tolerance so you can step over small high gradient stuff for a character. Yeah, something like that. I mean, we already have sort of tolerances for this, but like here, for example, you can just very easily just have one of those wheels fall down into that and then go back up. It's not really a problem at all. This sort of stuff. And so there are a lot of parameters sort of specifying whether or not a vehicle can drive somewhere, and it's probably going to be different for all different vehicles here as well. Like that sort of stuff doesn't look very nice, and that's kind of why I'm thinking we may have to switch the mother vehicle's driving model to like a sphere cast or shape cast, whatever it's called. But you can't really visualize where you know, you can drive, because it depends on so many different things, and it also depends on, you know, the friction of the material that the shape is made out of, and it depends on the speed with which the car is traveling towards it. Like if you're traveling very fast up a slope, then you can probably get up it. But if you're traveling very slowly up the same angle, then you might not be able to get it, and so on and so on and so on. And also I have some materials that are just like marked as not traversable. Just straight out, you can't drive here. So that sort of stuff generally works for a character, but not really for a vehicle based game, especially if you're like mostly physics driven like I am. I mean, yeah, this is kind of arcadey still, but it's still the actual calculations are done like on a physics level, rather than just like a gameplay decides that you can drive here or you can't drive here, sort of thing. I hope that makes sense. But for character games, yeah, that sort of visualization can be very handy and very useful. Alright, let's put in some trees here still, just to get started on this thing, and then probably call it a day. So we do trees, rocks, etc. And typically I start with some of these collections. Usually a pretty good idea to start with. Not exactly sure where I want trees here though. And there's also the question of like, do we want the cliff to be sort of visible here, or do we actually want it to be covered over with terrain? Kind of actually like the fact that we have cliff visible there, but there probably wouldn't be like a whole bunch of these big trees growing directly on the cliff. So maybe let's not have them grow there, quite simply. Like here's a fun little thing. I think I'm gonna leave this middle section open here. It's probably gonna be like one or two more trees here for sure, but let's leave the middle section open because this is a fun little place to like just jump out onto the road. Let's give the players the ability to do fun things like that, rather than just closing all the places off with trees or whatever. Starting here and you know that you need to go through the tunnel there, you can just like jump straight onto the road from over here. So let's not put like a whole bunch of trees below that either. Right, but then again I think we can put quite a lot of trees here in this secluded little place here. So I have 3 of these sort of groups, and then we can kind of flesh it out and make them sort of flow together with a few more of these guys. Hey Alex, long time no seen. I think we'll want to probably use trees kind of sparingly. I just want them in a few places here, especially on this side. Oh, still have a render dock attached. Let's just get rid of that. Thank you very much. The thing actually just keeps the overlay there, but it's fine. Gonna end soon anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Let's make some of these maybe red, maybe more red. Not that one though. 7-hour stream. Yeah, I had a few breaks, but sure. Let's say 6.5. I'd say 6.5 is probably like 6.5 of continuous streaming. Yes. And here we have this thing that kind of rises up very steeply. Might just want to have like a few sort of stray trees here on this side. Actually, what if we do the placement thing again? So align with random Y rotation. That will typically mean that we need to actually adjust these a little bit. And rocks tend to look nicer if they're not exactly aligned with the terrain. And then in particular, like the trees just tend to look like that, and then it's not very nice. If you make something a decoration, then you actually get a setting for, like, you know, how, like, percentage-wise, how much to align it with the underlying terrain. But I actually don't have it just for normal object placement. So I'm gonna tweak this by hand a little bit. That doesn't really look good though. Let's move them closer to that maybe. Starting to remind me of the Torden starting zone from World of Warcraft. I've never played WoW, so I can't say. But I'm hoping that's a good thing. If it's a good thing, then sure, that was my intention. If it's a bad thing, then it's just a work in progress. Don't worry, it'll be better. Right? That's how it works. But yeah, I guess there's a certain. I'm really not claiming that I can I can be compared to like Blizzard's art design, but I can sort of see where you're coming from with that, because there's a certain kind of the same, you know, I guess, cartooniness to some of this stuff. And yeah, I don't have a problem being compared to Blizzard, of course, but kind of don't think that's necessarily all that deserved. But yeah, I'm happy if it looks good. It was a compliment, yes. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm being self-critical here. But yes, thank you. I did get that it was a compliment. Right, something like that. We're gonna need a little bit of space here around this monorail catastrophe. So I don't want to put a whole lot of stuff here. We already have these pillars and things. There needs to be a little bit of something in these crevices here, though, right? There needs to be a little bit of something in these. And I think probably want to make some space for these trees actually. Yeah, now this looks stupid though, right? That looks a little weird. Let's fix that. Yeah, get rid of that weird shelf there to make it look a bit more natural. Still need to dig a little bit here to make it a bit more uneven. Otherwise it's not gonna look correct. Still have a little bit of that shelf thing going on. Yeah, I think the terrain sort of here behind this cliff was just weird and unnatural, and that's why we got this shelf thing happening. Something like that. Make sure all the trees are actually stuck in the ground. Yeah, we have this mother vehicle here being slightly in the way of this design work. Might have to hide it. Yeah. Why not? What about here then? Should we have like a whole lot of trees here, or just like a few? Maybe there should be just a few. Put one or two up here as well, I think. And they can almost be sort of a little hidden here. Yeah, we don't actually need collisions for these guys. Let's just disable them. Alright, OBS going haywire again. I'm just gonna assume everything's fine because it's never not been fine. Seems like OBS just disconnects for like a couple seconds and then goes back to working normally. Right, should we put one of these other trees here maybe? Maybe we should, I don't know. rarely actually think that those look good. Nice animations, thank you. It is shader, yeah. It's just a it is a what is it? It's a vertex shader doing the thing. If I remember correctly. You can actually get the same on the grass if you want to. It moves a Berlin noise texture sort of over the level, and then I drive some sine noises and something like that over time. It's okay. I'd kind of like to actually I'd like to animate those trees a lot better. Like I'm not doing any skeletal animations currently at all. In any game really with this engine. But I would like to actually hopefully do proper like skeletal animations of the trees, make them sway a little more. Well, we'll see if that actually happens. Global wind, yeah, exactly. That's the idea at least. All right. I might have to put in some more trees and rocks and stuff here, but getting a little fried in the head soon. So I think I'm gonna end this pretty soon. But let's drive around the area a little bit and see what we have. So there definitely needs to be something here in this part of the level. Oh yeah, this thing is kind of coming to life with a few trees as well. And again, it just kind of it gives us a little bit more sense of scale, essentially. Since like that vehicle is such a huge thing, and to be frank, these monorail cars are also kind of ridiculously large. It can be kind of disorienting to realize how big everything is here. Just absolutely enormous. Way. It would be cool if you hit the tree, it dynamically bends and shakes. Yeah, that's not necessarily what I meant, but just like having you know, trees actually animate. You know, we have, if we drive to this guy here, for example, bonk. You can see that the leaves are moving and sort of getting stretched and all of that, but the trunk itself doesn't actually move at all. And so it would be cool if the trunk just did a little bit of swaying as well. But yeah, I'm not necessarily sure these are gonna be the correct trees for this place. They might, or they might not. I need to do some more trees, make some more trees, really. But yeah, that will come. That will come eventually. Coolio. Okay, well, this place in particular needs a lot of work still. I need to figure out the ground color and then start to actually paint the ground, paint the grass, add a lot more of like rocks, small rocks and things like that all over the place. I think I have a single rock collection currently in this level that I just added today, actually, earlier. and it's found over here. So here we have these those kinds of small rocks need to be placed everywhere. Yeah, I'm liking this place quite a lot. Okay, we got actually this side of the tunnel kind of nice today, nicely set up. So that's neat. That is neat. Yeah, I'm seeing here that if the camera actually sort of snaps inside the house here, but it doesn't. Sometimes that can happen. If you drive into the house like this, yeah, now the camera actually behaves exactly how it should behave. Sometimes, if you do things like this, the camera can sort of snap out into outside, but I think the walls are thick enough here that it actually doesn't allow us to do that. Oh, that's nice. Nice. Okay, I think I am pretty much done. I think I've reached the limit of what I can do in one day. So let's call it a day and resume another day. Thank you to everyone who came to hang out. This was fun. If you want to play the game, remember that by joining the Discord you can actually play it. You can play an earlier version of it. And relatively soon I will put out the next one, Pre-Alpha 2, which has been a long time coming. I know I've been sort of promising that for a while yet. And the reason it's taken a while is that I wanted to get both mod support and NVRHI into the build, in addition to just doing a whole bunch of actual work on the game. Things like this level here. So it has taken longer than it should have, but I think it will be worth it in the end. But regardless, by joining the Discord you get access to the Pre-Alpha 1 build, which you could play today, right now. And if you want to, follow me, then maybe you should subscribe if you haven't already, so that I can let you know when I put up more of these streams and videos. Anyway, have a good one, folks, and see you next time.